right, good morning. Happy Halloween, everybody. It's October 31st. We're hoping to finish out the community item pack today. When we left off yesterday, I was going through and editing the last of the orig.tray, which was string specifically for the original engine. I finished this just this morning, and then I've been spending my time doing bug fixing since then. So this was completed yesterday. I went ahead and committed that to the repo, and then Zen Black sent over some new artwork, and I was using an outdated icon for the Realm Shapers brush, so I updated all of that as well. So I made 2 commits off stream. I'm gonna make one small change. This is a little bit of inside baseball, but I'm changing how our libraries are organized within the mod. Let me come back to the mod really quick. And I'll talk about these in a moment. Instead of having a functions, I'm now going to call these directly. And the reason why I'm doing this and why I'm going to call these directly, the new portrait icon, these previously were in functions. I have essentially a library of libraries. If you go to the G3 organization on GitHub, you'll find there's a repo called Modding Resources, which is nothing but a whole bunch of like little bits of code and functions that I've written. And so what I do what I do internally is, rather than, including this in every mod that needs it, internally I hard link it back to this. So if I need to make a change to the alter header, if I need to make a change to this, it will propagate to every mod that uses alter header. So just a little bit of organization. So, and as part of that, rather than including functions, I now include alter header because that's needed elsewhere. And then I only include the new portrait icon if we're doing enhanced edition. So the upshot of all that is that in the repo itself, I'm sorry, this is just a little bit of reorganization, but I wanted to explain what was going on. So now alter header is here. New portrait icon is here. Function is no longer needed, so we're going to delete this out of the repo. The other change, or the other thing to do, is that yesterday when we did the subcomponents, and we did where's my CalDawg wizard? Here it is. I wrote a function to basically duplicate spells and then update all sorts of stuff. And I realized at the end of the stream was that anything referencing the old spell needs to be updated to reference the new one. Well, I had forgotten entirely that as part of the P&P Celestials mod by Cadware, he gives the Celestials a ton of abilities that are essentially clones of spells. So I had basically written functionality to do basically bulk creation of clone spells, and then also to update all the game resources. So essentially I already have all this code ready to go. And so that's why, come on, Iris. Iris wants to settle. Okay. So that's why I've got these 2 new libraries, because instead of using this function, we're going to use those existing libraries, because those do 2 things. One is they clone the spells already, and it does it in a slightly more robust fashion. So that's first. And then second, at the end, it basically searches through all items, spells, and creatures, looking for references to the old spells and updating them to the new one. So instead of using our own custom function, we're going to change this to, this is going to, where's my CWs? Okay. So we're going to instead start this off. It's basically a sandwich. First we do the first, and we can take a look what this does. So this basically, and you can see this is coming from the library, so it's got all my notes as to how this function works and everything else that works with it. So we're just going to include this. And then instead of these function calls, basically what we need to do is let me go to the Celestials mod, and then we can actually see it in action. I'm glad I remember this because this is going to save me a lot of work. So when you look at P&P Celestials, you'll see a whole bunch of stuff like this. And so we're going to use make innate because we're going to make an innate version of these spells. At will, for P&P Celestials, they have a lot of abilities at will. So as soon as you cast 8, it basically gives you an extra copy. We don't want at will, but this is basically how we're going to do this. So let's go back to our CWs. The downside of this is it doesn't go back and modify the items. So we no longer need this function. We're going to delete this. And instead we're going to, we don't want to make at will. And so we're going to start with like haste. And we're going to call it, we're still going to keep this. And this is, and we're, okay, and haste. So this is going to clone the spells, but then we're going to have to manually update the items. So first, let's just take care of the spells. So first we got haste, then we got mirror image. Go ahead and just, we're going to need a lot of these. 212, 620, 621, 212 we already got, 416, 207, 314, and 224. Those, all right, so 212, this is 620, 621, 416, 207, oh yeah, I could just use alt and column copy. All right, mirror image, and we'll update the notes. Fire elemental, air elemental, and hello, Grayon. Thanks for joining. Knock, amp touch, and then finally glitter dust. And then before I forget, I'm going to put this at the end. So this basically loads in the, it initiates the CD clone spell array that we're going to use elsewhere. It creates these spells off their source. What it doesn't do is it does not upgrade the items to use the cloned resource. So we're going to do that with a series of alter effects. And then the last bit of code, the clone, oh wait, I'm still in Celestials. Let me come back here to this. So the last basically runs the big regular expression that updates any opcodes that point to the old spell and then clones them so that whatever they're doing to the old spell, whether they're blocking it, removing it, reflecting it, whatever, it will do the same to this new cloned version of it. So and the benefit of this is we run one big regular expression. We just do this once because doing this once, this means we're looking through every creature, every item, and every spell in the game. And so this, if you were to run this individually for each time we clone something, it would be slow. But basically this goes through once and then it checks every effect in the same pass. So when we run this, it's basically going to look for every one of these resources at the same time. So, but like I said, the downside is now we need to update the items manually. So let's start with the Caster Guide to Self-Defense, which has two things that need to be The Caster's Guide to Self-Defense is the CCSM, CCGSD. Okay. Let's grab this. I'm going to drag CW over here so I stop looking around so much. Come here. We're going to copy existing. That to the override. And we're going to use good old alter effect. Int var match code equals, I'm going to assume 146, but we'll double check that. Int var and then string var. This one's got haste and mirror image, so we're going to first match haste. Sorry, match resource to spell wizard 305, and we're going to change it to G3C 305 end. And then we're going to do it again also for 212. And I'm pretty sure that haste is actually a 148 since it's area of effect. Let's see. Haste is a 148, and I'm pretty sure mirror image is a 146. Yep. No, it's internal to the mod itself. There's no way to run something after all mods. That would be ideal, but we don't have a way to do that. So the Caster's Guide to Self-Defense gets updated. All right. And here's the Caster's Guide. The accountability and summoning matrices. And because by the time this runs, this is at the end of the mod, so that's why we're using copy existing, because we know these files will already be there at this point. And this one's going for 620 and 621. I'm willing to bet these are 146s, but let's double check that. Accountability and summoning matrices. 148. And, oh, these are 148s. All right, glad I checked. 620 and 621. 620, 621. All right. Next up, mirror, never alone, which uses mirror image, so we can actually just copy this. Where's my never alone? All right, never alone. All right. Next, the power of real change, which has 2 spells. So we'll grab this again. Power of real change. Here we go. Yeah, so like I said, this is the downside, is that now we have to specify these individually. Except this is going to be... Oh, the power of real change. Oh, it's actually, that was not updated. And let's double check what opcode that uses. Power of real change uses op 146. All right. Next we've got knock. Knock is 207. This is for the Tinkerer Spectacles. And then the good news is after this, I've started doing bug fixing, and we have a few more changes to make for original BG2 compatibility. And then I've started my bug testing, so I've got some stuff that we need to fix. All right, let's make sure that the vampiric dart of eternal hunger is 314 to G3C 314. This is the vampiric dart. Here it is. Vampiric dart, and then finally, I'll fix these here at the end. And then finally, glitter dust. Except this one is a spell and not an item. All right, let's go copy existing, copy existing, copy existing. And then I'll grab this. All right, so let's try running this. Let's first let's uninstall what we got. Let's run this with the CalDawg Wizard version. All right, G3C rest C. All right, something probably. Let's see. Probably we have, it's probably the wrong opcode, but let's double check that. Spell. Rest C. This uses a 148. Yep. I didn't double check these on the last one, so. Okay. Let's just roll the copy integration G3 for a single up with a but only. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I could. This is... I liked patching them individually just because it's slightly faster. The bad news is that, yes, we have to specify a lot of details. Grant is pointing out correctly that I could have gone copy existing regept G3C, and then just you basically run all of these LPFs against them as a quantity, and that would work. This is a little bit more of a readable code. Both would work. So now that we've got that correction, let's run this one more time, and then we're going to double check stuff like the free action items to make sure that they're updated against the new haste spell. For example, that's something we know for sure needs to be updated. So let's take a look at like Ring 09, and let's see if we can find haste is in here somewhere. From spell. Oh yeah, there we go. So this has got a 2/6 against haste, and now has a 2/6 against our haste copy. And we can, let's go ahead and actually look at our haste copy itself. This should now be, it's an innate, it's level 1. So it's been changed into an innate. And then let's double check that our items, for example, are updated to use them. So accountability and summoning matrices, these should now be using the G3C version. They are. And G3C. So this is done and done. We don't need the regex later because we do it now. So let's go ahead and make a commit for those changes. Git commit. Updated non-CW subcomponent with regex. We're adding those. We've deleted the functions because we don't need any more. All that's been updated. Okay, commit and push. Okay. So that was our first item of the day. Okay, and then the other thing I did was when I went to original BG2. All right, let's install. Let's head over to the original. Let's uninstall this. Let's go over to my. All right, so let's go back to original Baldur's Gate 2. There we go. Now, as a safety check, I went through and I looked for. You can search via opcode, right? I can find anything that uses an APR opcode. What you can also do is this is just a regular field, so I can just search for anything that pops up with an unknown opcode. And like I said, unknown opcodes. This usually means we've got something from the EEs that is still showing up on our original, and generally unknown opcodes will crash the game. So I went ahead and did a run this morning looking for unknown opcodes, and I found there are 2 on the Robe of Justea, and then we've got a few on our spells. So let's fix these first. So the Robe of Justea, here it is. In this case, it's these 328s are. These are setting spell states or extended states on the original so that they can be detected via script. The originals do this in a different way, and in fact, mods that need it will do it themselves. So in this case, for this robe, we can just straight up delete these. We'll delete them only when we're on the original. So let's find our robe down here. Let's just search. There it is. So we're going to do again patch if we're not on the enhanced edition, begin, and we're just going to, do I have somewhere else I can just grab this? Yep. I'll use something like this. Begin, except we're going to delete any effect that is a 328. So that's the easy one. And then we also have unknown opcodes in the BDB, so that's the one with the Black Dragon Belt. This is the spiked armors, that's probably the retaliation spell. And then G3 Tinksy, that is the confusion spell that happens with the Tinkerer's goggles for the if non-thieves, non-gnomes wear them. So let's start with the Black Dragon Belt. We'll take a look at that spell and see what's going on. G3C, Black Dragon Belt. It's the 0. And what do we got here? Oh, the 321 at the beginning. So this basically removes any previous castings. So remember the Black Dragon Belt on 20% of the times you get hit, it's going to cast Caustic Sheath. And this 321 on the EEs is meant to prevent stacking. So on the EEs, the 321 basically removes any previous Caustic Sheaths and then puts the effects in brand new. Now, we talked a little bit about spell stacking the other day about on the originals how you have to use 206. So what we need to do is on the originals, we need to remove this 321 and then we need to add a 206 against Caustic Sheath for the duration of the spell. So basically, if it's already running, don't do it again. So we need to do 2 things here. We need to, let's come down to our Caustic Sheath. PD0. Let's find it. Okay. No, that's here's our spell. Okay. So we're going to have to break this up into 2 copies because one of these we're going to have to do something special to it. All right, so we're going to, this will be the 0 copy. Oh, I did this wrong. All right, this is the 0 copy. This will be the retaliation spell copy. Okay, so this doesn't need, yep, that doesn't need that. So we also want to, we're going to delete the 321. Oh, this is only for the non-enhanced edition. All right. So it's the non-enhanced edition. We want to delete the 321. And then what we're going to do is we're going to clone. And the reason why we're going to clone is that if we clone, say, this acid resistance bonus, that means it's timing, it's probabilities. We don't have to specify all this because it will just take all these existing values. So we're going to turn this into a 206, and we'll see what else. We'll just change it in the editor so we can see what else we need to change. So, for example, we need to change parameter 1 to 0 because otherwise you're going to get a random string. All right, so we're going to clone the, what was this originally? This was what, 47, I think. Should still show here. Okay, we're going to clone 27. We're going to clone 27 into a 206. And then we need to change parameter 1 to 0. Because otherwise, when it blocks the spell, it'll play this line. This is still 50 because that's what the acid resistance bonus did. So otherwise, everything else should be fine. And then the other thing is, it needs to be the last effect. And clone effect has an insert parameter where you can tell it where you want to insert, and it takes first, last, above, and below. So by default, it clones it, I think, right above the opcode that you're cloning. And then first and last, it'll either put first or last in the stack. Because this is a 206 against itself. Oh, I also need to specify the resource. Okay. Because this is a 206 against itself, if it's anywhere it goes in the stack, everything that follows it will get blocked, which is why it needs to go last in stack, because we still want everything else here to happen. We still want everything else here to happen, and then it blocks itself from future casting. So you want it to be the last effect. So, and then the other thing is I also need to specify what I want it to block, which is itself. And that needs to, okay. So it's going to block itself. It's going to insert it as the last effect. And then I also noticed that we have some 328s hanging out in here. Some more spell states left over. Yeah, these also need to go. Again, these are, they're setting spell states so that scripting can detect it. On the originals, that's all handled by the detectable spells library, so we don't need those. So we're going to delete those. So 321 goes, 328 goes. And that should be the Black Dragon belt. Okay, so that was 0. We've also got it on Spike A. Let's see what we've got going on here. Spike A. We're going to discard changes because all that should be done there via TP2. Let's see. Oh, it removes itself and then casts itself. Okay, so this one we're just going to straight up delete. Okay, so this is on Spike A. Okay, so this, because we're now doing something to it, this needs to be pulled out into its own copy. Remove it from here. And let's just, since this already has a delete 321. There we go. All right, so that takes care of Spike A. And then the last one that had some unknown opcodes was the Tink Z. So like I said, this is the, yeah, this is the confusion spell that pops up. So what is it? Oh, 61. Okay, hold on one second. Come here, Iris. Oh. She woke up today and clearly she did not get enough attention. Hello, Iris. Hello, bud. You are just... She hops in my lap, and then she, you know, if I put her down, then she immediately sits next to the chair and she meows at me until I pick her up again. So, yeah, it's cold today, so I think she wants a toasty place to sleep. So she's looking for my lap. All right, so Op 61. This is a... On the EE So this was marked as unknown on the originals because, as I recall, this does something graphically, and on the originals it crashes the game, but it's fixed on the EEs. If I'm remembering this correctly, let's go back to our. I'm sorry. Let me bring this over into the main window. Let's bring it up to our SCP. Let's take a look at opcode 61. I'm pretty sure that's the case for this. So it's an RGB color fade on EEs, and what is it? Yeah. Yep, it crashes the game on the original. On this one, it does a nice color fade. Now, we copied all these effects. On the EEs, we copied all these effects from the confusion spell itself. So let's see what graphically the confusion spell does on the original. Now on the original, oh, it just straight up it plays it does the SB confused, but we've already got that. So in this case, we're just going to straight up delete this out of our spell. Sounds for Tinksy. We need to delete, and same thing. We're going to need to pull it out of the stack and do it individually. Up now, Tinksy. Except in this case, we're going to delete 61. We'll move it out of here. And that should be the last of our of the originals. At least I should get rid of the last of the unknown. So now we should be down to just normal bugs instead of compatibility with the original bugs. So I'm going to close off. Let me close some of the files here. We don't need to consolidate this a little bit. I don't need original. I don't need tweaks. Okay. Don't need the dialog. So let's go ahead and make a commit. This should hopefully be the last of the original compatibility. We just made some changes to the main, so... Oh, let me take that back. Let's double check we're installing first, and we're not getting any warnings. Okay, everything is good. All right, let's go ahead and make our commit. We'll say this is hopefully last of the original compat changes. We'll see. It definitely won't be, but let's be hopeful. Okay. So that was the last on my bitch list I had for the original. So after that, I started going through and I started playtesting. And okay, so that is done. I did check the caustic sheath. It looks amazing. We'll probably see it here when we test. So that looks good. So all this is, I do still want to check that for the original. So all of that is fixed. All right, so other bug fixes. So in general, this is something I kind of systematically screwed up on because we didn't have item icons when we made a lot of these items. So let me uninstall. Let's jump back onto let's get back and install this back on. Let's go back to BG2E because it's just it's a cleaner interface to work on. There we go. So, and I realized this when I was testing. So, for example, if we look at Dart to the Severing Mist, right? It's got this nice, beautiful artwork from Sin Black, except that I didn't update it here. And for example, and this is what shows up on the bar at the bottom of the screen, the quick item bar. So when I go to actually use this in the game and attack somebody with it, it's still using this ugly throwing dagger from the item that we based it on. So, and this is kind of systematic, right? If we take a look at some of these we updated, like the ones like the Battle Blade, this is updated to use the blade barrier icon, but for a lot of these, like I didn't update. And so we're going to copy the item icon to the ranged. Oh, can I not replace this? Okay. G3C acid. So now on the quick bar at the bottom. Oh, did Tinksy have two? Okay, hold on. Let me circle back and double check that. Let's see. Let's see what else would it have that would have been. Oh yeah, the 324. Okay, the 324 needs to be. Actually, we can change this to a straight up 206. There's no reason to use a 324 here at all. So we'll change this, and then this way, this works as a straight up 206. We want it to be permanent after 12 seconds. Yes, and then we don't need to convert it. So we will. All right, let's grab that back to our override. Well spotted. Thank you, Grayon. I would have missed that. All right, so let me come back. Let's grab the corrected Tinksy out of here. Bring it back to the mod. There we go. Well spotted. Thank you. Otherwise, that we would have crashed the game again. So yeah, 324 and 206 functionally do the same thing against spells. So we can just use a 206 there, and then we don't need to do any conversion when we're back on the original. Okay. Okay, I was going through items and doing headers. So not everything has this problem because not everything has a header, but quite a few do. Akabar's Battle Blade that's Blade Barrier. The Black Dragon Belt doesn't have any abilities. The Realm Shaper's Brush, I'm pretty sure is... Oh, no, I did update this one. Okay, Realm Shaper's Brush. Caster's Guide. This uses the spell icons for what it's casting. Slippery Court does not have any abilities. These use the spell icons. Yeah, that one's fine. Emerald Iowan Stone does not have any abilities. Executioner Putty. This one. Yep. Oh, this is using a potion icon. That's right. And we want to use. There's my eye. All right. Save. Over. Okay. Yep, okay. Graze. Yep, Graze is also not using the right icon. Grazi. Okay. Robe of the Archmage. This does not have any abilities. Dart of Lethargic Soul. Update that value. Lucky Sweater does not have any abilities. Lunar Shards is using the right icon. Never Alone is using the mirror image icon. The Peril Sensitive Goggles don't have abilities. Power Real Change is using its spell. Cloak of Sound Rest, no abilities. The Rune Blade is using... Oh, it has no icon. Okay. So the Rune Blade, remember we generate these from a template, so we want to update the template item out of the repo instead. So melee, in fact, both of these need to be updated. Yeah, so this needs to be G3C Rune I, and then we'll use the same for its ability to shift. There, and we'll save this. Okay, that's the Rune Blade. Spiked armor, no abilities. Tinker's Spectacles uses Spell Bam. The girdle has 0. And then this is the Vampiric Dart. This also needs to be updated. G3C Vamp with the eye icon. Okay, magical, it's using for Vampiric Touch. It's using the Vampiric Touch. And then Divine Shield, save. All right, okay. And then this has no abilities. Okay, so let's grab our changed items. And again, bring these back into the repo so that gets updated. Go to the item. All right, we're gonna make a commit. That's a commit. And we're gonna say corrected ability icons. Okay, so that was a systematic mistake I made, and generally that was because at the time we were making a lot of these items, we didn't have artwork available. So when I went back and added item artwork, I forgot to update the abilities. So, all right, so let's go ahead and make that change, make our commits. Okay. So that was kind of a systematic error that we made. All right, so next up on the Black Dragon belt. So let's build the Black Dragon belt. Timing on the 232. Yes, okay. So on this, when I went in and tested the Black Dragon belt, it was working, but because I've set this as instant permanent, it meant that this persisted even after the belt went away. This needs to be instant while equipped. So that was our change for the Black Dragon belt, to the belt itself. And then in the... sorry, I'm too close. I keep bumping the microphone, so apologies if you just heard like some horrible scraping noise. So that was the black on the belt itself, and then strings and casting. Okay, and then when it was tripping, I had... So let's bring up the spell that actually gets cast. All right. It would try to play sound and an animation. So we're gonna do this properly. We're gonna set this to none. It's gonna have we're gonna remove the casting animation. We're also gonna change the casting speed to 0. So that was the main thing. The other thing that kept happening was, so how we've set it up is that every time you get hit, this spell gets cast, even though you only actually get all these effects 20% of the time. So on every hit, it would say Caustic Sheath, even though Caustic Sheath only actually went into effect 20% of the time. So the other thing we want to do here is we want to... Oh, shoot. I didn't want to close that. All right, let's try this again. All right, so we're going to cast spell unconditionally and bring up the spell again. So what we're going to do is we're going to blank the name, because this is what was showing up in the combat log. So we're going to blank the name, and instead what we're going to do is we're going to just have it display a string in the combat feedback when it actually does go into effect. So we're going to make that string to be 20% to match everything else that's here. So let's find our DVD0 here, not the VBC, we want the spell. All right, we've already broken it out. So we no longer want it to say the name here. And what we're going to do is, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to clone an effect. All right, we're going to do, and let's clone, let's see. What's a good one for cloning? Do we have anything else that is a permanent? No, everything else. Because when you display strings, you want it to be as a permanent timing. So I was hoping we had something here with permanent timing. We do. That 321 is... This was the other bug I spotted, was this 321 actually shouldn't be permanent. This should be instant limited. Because it was interfering with future castings. All right, so we'll clone 27. All right, so we're going to, so same thing, we're going to, and I think that's what we're already cloning. We're cloning 27. We're going to change it instead to 139. We're going to go timing equals 1, because that's permanent timing, and then anything with permanent timing should not have a duration. And so let's see. So if we were to, we'll do a test run. If this wants to be turned into a 139, we need to set parameter 1 to the string that we once said. This needs to be changed to, we've already got this, we're changing the timing, we're changing this. None of this should change, but we do need to set parameter 1. And we want parameter 1 to be this, that 1064. And let's delete this because we don't need this. Okay. Now the thing is, we're trying to pass along an at reference. But int var means this is expecting just a number. So we're going to use a trick where we're going to use resolve string ref. Like so. And so what resolve string ref basically, it tells Waidu, go grab string 1064 from the tray, and I want you to tell me what string it is in the talk. And if it's in the talk already, this will simply return the existing value for it. If it's not in the talk already, it will add it and then add this string. And we do this here because, again, we're in int var, so this is expecting integer variables. It's expecting a number. We can't just give it at 1064 because it doesn't understand tray references. It's expecting a number here. So I think that's it. Like I said, we needed to remove the the strings casting speed animation for spell. Done. Change the 321 to be an instant limited. Okay. So let's first grab, because I made other changes, let's grab the corrected spell out of here. And then let's try installing this with the changed code to make sure that the other changes that we're patching in are also taking effect. So let's, okay. We'll refresh our tree. We're going to discard those changes. Oh, I also had changes. I forgot. I changed the timing on the belt too, and I didn't farm that back. Okay. Let's just change that directly in the item file. Sorry, I forgot that I also have a change to the item. There it is. We're going to change this 232 to instant while equipped. Update value. Okay, and I'm making this change directly in the repo. Save changes over it. Okay. All right, sorry. One more time. Let's reinstall this. Okay. So the Black Dragon belt now does this while equipped, and it casts. Oh, why is this still showing the name? That should have been cleared out. DVD 0. Did I not set that to -1? That should not be. Okay. All right, let's also directly modify that out of the repo as well. I thought I'd blank that. Oh, I didn't save changes, I think is what. Yeah, that's what it was. All right, let's update that value. Okay, one more time. All right, and this time refresh the tree. Spell G3C, looking for. All right, so yeah, it no longer has a name, but it will now display Caustic Sheath on the 20% of the times that it's going to go into effect. So we're good to go on that. So that's it for Caustic Sheath. Everything else with Caustic Sheath, when I tested, worked. When you're under Caustic Sheath, you do damage. The retaliation effect works, and the acid resistance goes into effect. So everything else I could find worked on that. It was just those were the issues. So that was for. All right, so Black Dragon belt is fixed. For the Slippery Court, let's pull up the Slippery Court. For the Slippery Court, this is, remember, these are our boots that they provide luck when equipped, but on 3% of rounds, they reverse your luck and they make a fart noise. And they do this by doing this cast spell on condition continuously while they're, oh, I'm sorry. They cast a spell, not a cast spell on condition. So they cast this spell. However, because of this timing mode, this shouldn't be instant while equipped. This should be instant permanent. So because of that, the cycle was never going. So once I fixed that, it started working, except, so first let's save this. Except that if we come over to the spells, the timing on the 321s was incorrect, and that was, let me double check my notes. Let's see. The 321s were basically blocking the bad luck outright, and I couldn't find any way to make it work except to just simply remove them. So on the bad luck specifically. Oh, yeah, even changing this to instant limited still wasn't working, so we're just going to remove this outright. It shouldn't happen more than once around, so in this case we're just going to remove it. We're going to save, and we're going to grab our corrected spell and item out of the override. All right, drop this here. Move the item into the item folder. So that was the fix for Slippery Court. Next was the Emerald Iowan Stone is supposed to provide +1 to all saves, but one of the saves is doubled up. Where's our Emerald Iowan Stone? So it's got a double wand bonus, but nothing for death. So this should be op. That should be a save versus death instead. So that the Emerald Iowan Stone, nice simple change. That was the only bug. Anything that I'm not mentioning, like the Caster's Guide to Self-Defense and the Counter 170 Matrices, there were no bugs. I was going alphabetically. So I got to Emerald Iowan Stone. That was the bug fix for that. The Realm Shaper brush, as you can see, has quite a few notes. I'm going to save that for last because essentially this is going to be a case where this is probably going to take a long time to fix. And so I would rather, rather than spending 2 hours to fix one item, I would rather spend 2 hours to fix, 10 items, hopefully. So, that was the Emerald Iowan Stone. So I'm going to say the Realm Shapers that's going to be saved for last. And then the Executioner Putty was the last thing I had checked, and it had multiple issues. So the first one was, I already fixed the icon. That was the one, and then just cast the spell. The Executioner Eyes. Now, the first thing that I noticed was it wasn't displaying the portrait icon because the probability is not set correctly. It would only 0 to 0 means that on 1% of the time it would correctly set the portrait icon. So that's the first thing to fix. The other thing is that we haven't really talked a lot about this field, but every effect has this dispel resistance, and this determines whether this effect is blocked by magic resistance and whether it can be removed by a dispel magic effect. For the most part, we haven't talked about these too much because for the most part, stuff from items generally bypasses magic resistance and spell protections. That's not always. In this case, this is a buff. I think it does make sense that because it's a party buff, it needs to dispel magic resistance. And I noticed this because the test party had Viconia in it, and she would block this occasionally. We do want this to be, we want these to be 3 because I think enemies should be able to dispel this effect, but we want it to bypass resistance. We don't want magic resistance to block it. Now, unfortunately, this is a per effect, so I need to update this individually on all of these effects. Okay, so that was the magic resistance and the dispel ability. And I already got the ability icon, and I fixed the portrait icon. So that should be it for this as well. Oh, get back here. So let's save this. Let us close this out and save the spell. And then same thing, we'll grab these from we'll grab these out of the corrected versions out of the override, spell and item. Oh, did I not? Hold on. Oh, because I'd already fixed the ability icon. That's why. Okay, hold on. Yeah, because this is the Emerald Eye Windstone. I had already fixed the item when I did the fiction ability icons for all items. I already fixed that. Okay, so we want to replace the Emerald Eye Windstone. Okay. So that was as far as I got into playtesting. So we'll do playtesting live for the rest of these. So let's go ahead and make a commit for the fixes we've gotten so far. This is git commit master. So this is fixes for minor fixes for the Black Dragon belt, Emerald Island Stone, and the Executioner putty. Oh, and the Slippery Court. Yep, that's everything. All right, commit and push. Okay. So we've got those fixes in. Let's make a quick double check that we actually got these into the game. The Slippery Court now cast this permanently, and the B no longer has a 321. That is correct. All right, Slippery Court is good. Emerald Eye Windstone now has a death and no longer has double one and has a death. The Executioner putty should now cast this spell. The Executioner's Eye should have display portrait icon, correct, and all of these should be 3, 3, 3, and 3 for dispel resistance. Okay. All that is good. Oh, the Drow only dart. Let's do bug fixing first, and then we'll talk about the Drow only dart. Because at this point, I think doing QA and making sure the items work is priority for right now. All right, so now let's start testing other stuff in game. We've got grays, so let's go ahead and fire up. All right, so I have a party with a lot of these items already in it. I think she's got grays equipped. All right, so this we can just straight up look. Her armor class is, because the main thing is just a dagger, but then it's a +1 armor class and then an additional verse slashing and piercing. So let's see. I thought armor class was here somewhere. She's got a -6 versus missile. So let's say her current armor class is -6. Equipping this makes it -7. And then, yep, she's got an additional piercing and slashing on top of that. So, Graze is good to go. The Robe of the Archmage Dea. Let us bring this into the game. Some of Zen Black's new icons. So that's the description image. All right, so this needs to be used by a mage. So we'll grab Magnolia. So the main thing, I already had a copy on her. The main thing is armor class gets set to 0. Yep. Saving throws are +2. Let's see, her saves are. She's currently got -3 to all saves. This should increase it to -5. Yep. All right, for all of them. Yep. Her saving throws are fine. Is she regenerating?
Be quick with it. I stand ready. Good is on our side this day. I am Jewish.
She's at 49. We'll let her. Haven't she just? Yep, she is regenerating. Okay. So she's got regeneration. Casting speed will check. Immunity to necromantic spells. Do we have somebody else who could cast necromancy on her? That's a monk. Let's see. No. I mean, that's something, though, we can verify in the editor itself that that's working. So it's basically got protection from spell school, instant while equipped, can't be dispelled, and bypasses resistance. It's necromancy. Yeah, so that's working. Oh, actually, you know what? There's an easy way we can tell that. Let's go back to the game. Yep, 204 generates this obnoxious wiffle ball effect. Or not, that's not the wiffle ball, but that's close enough. So that is generated by 204. So the 204 is in effect. And then the last thing was casting speed. So what do we have to cast here? Do you have something with multiples? We do not. Alright, one is Burning Hands. Casting time 1. Well, surely there's something with it on 1 casting time. Yeah, the halberd is the Realm Shaper's brush. The unaffected by effects from is a leftover because I'm using. I always forget. I'm either using a 318 when I should be using a 324 or vice versa. So he's holding the Realm Shaper's brush, which is the item that's going to need a ton of fixes at the end.
I can assist you.
So surely we have something that. All right, let's try Cloud Kill. Let's see how. Yeah, that was not a half round casting time, so the casting speed is also in effect. Alright, and then we can also just double check it here. Increase casting speed self by 2 increment. Yeah. Alright, so the robe is also good. Next up we have Dart to the Lethargic Soul, which is El Soul. It lasts for a turn. The coloring lasts for a turn. And I'm not too worried about the duration because you're probably going to be, whoever's hitting you with that halberd is probably going to hit you multiple times, and so you're probably going to be changing color well before that turn expires. Yeah. All right. And the other thing too is you can suppress this wiffle ball effect with a 295. The problem though is that 295 blocks anything, so that you wouldn't know if you had other temporary short-term effects going. So I don't like to use 295 if I don't have to. Excuse me. I think it's 295. It might be. There is an opcode that basically suppresses this, and then also the other one that causes the glowing disc, the white glowing disc at your feet. Both of those can be suppressed. Tweaks does it, for example, in a component. I think it's 295. I might be misremembering. 295 might be no permanent chunking, but there is an opcode to block it. But all right, so we're going to check the Lethargic Soul Dart. All right. All right, player 1. So we should be immune to slow. Has a 20% chance of slowing with the save versus death and negative to negate. Oh. So let's actually, so the easiest way to test if you are immune to slow is we'll give it also to somebody else. Alright, so you should now be immune to slow, and we'll give it to, well, let's give it to Nalia. Alright, so Nalia has this equipped. So first, actually, let me take it back. Let's unequip it, and let's first make sure that the slow effect works. So,
Yes.
I want you to huck darts at Nalia.
You will fall by my hand.
And actually, hold on. Let me take off her robe so that her armor class is worse.
What is it? Will be done.
Actually, I did a quick load there, and the reason why is while that cloud kill is going, I can't change armor. So let's make sure. Okay, she's unarmed, so she'll be a better target. Right,
How can I help?
come stand over here.
Yes.
Now let's see if we can get
You
slow
will
on hit.
fall by my hand.
She's not getting slow, and I'm not seeing a failed. At the very least, there should be. Oh wait, no, it's a 20% chance, isn't it? Okay, yeah, it's not every hit. Sorry. Regular hit, critical miss. lots of damage. I'm not seeing any.
I'm maybe one now.
I'm not seeing any slows occurring here. Okay. So that's our first sign of trouble. Let's go ahead and quit this. Alright, Dart of Lethargic Soul on its ranged ability. Should be slowing the preset target on 90% hits. Instant limited. I'm not seeing anything outright that is wrong here. No, it's not. Okay, well, I do see the save bonus is wrong on one of these because one's -1, one's -2. Should be at -2. Okay, so that's our first fix. So this one, the save bonus is at -1. It should be -2. Okay, that's our first one. Preset target. Natural and magical, so... Alright, so that's a test. Let's bump these up to 100 so that this always occurs. And see if we're still getting this. So for debugging, sometimes if you're rating on a percentage chance, bumping it up to like max values is always a good testing. Is always a good testing thing. Alright, so let's... Keeps opening in the wrong window. Alright. Oh.
Yes?
So now it should be slowing on every hit. Okay.
How can I help?
Come stand over here.
I can. What is it? It will be done.
Let's do a quick save before we test.
You will fall by my hand.
Alright, so we're at least getting a save now. And now she's been slowed.
Be certain. I can escape will be done.
Alright, so she's being properly slowed.
Very well.
Alright, so maybe we were just being really unlucky with the rolls.
Only I can do as much for all in me.
Okay, so let's clear off that. She's been cleared from her slow. Now these darts are also supposed to protect against slow. So if she's wielding this, that slow should not come into effect.
Is that okay? I'll do what I can. Yes? You will fall by my hand.
Yep, she's getting it. She's no longer getting slow messages. So it does protect against slow.
What is it without doubt?
All right, but we need to find... So this works just our... We were just being unlucky and I was being impatient. So probability 1 needs to go back to 19. This needs to go back to 19. All right, and then let's save this item. Yeah, so it was with it back at 19, let's pop back in the game and just double check one more time. See if we can get a slow or at least a save.
Fall by my hand.
Damage. There's our save. Alright. So at least the attempt was made. You'd only be getting that save if she was actually, if that 20% chance kicked in. And it just did. Alright, so the dart is working fine. Those saves were off, so we did have one small correction to it. And then the other thing, I noticed this really quickly. This is currently using the 1 pixel production icon for the Crimson Dart. Yeah, agree on that. I was just about to say it. Yes. This is not available on the original unless 1 pixel productions is installed. So if we were to just take this directly into the original Baldur's Gate, this would not match. So we need to revert this back to the whatever the Crimson Dart uses on the original if this file is not present. So what we're going to do, and this applies to all of the darts. So what we need to do is here at the, because all three of these darts are currently using this. So what we're going to do is let's grab our 3 darts. Never take where are our darts? All right, soul, yeah, soul, vamp, and acid. Okay. And so here at the end, we're going to if no 1pb adjust darts. All right. So first, on the EEs, we know that projectile exists. So this is only going to be a check for the original. So if no enhanced edition begin. So we're going to use. Okay, and then the other thing too is you'll notice this has a specific 319 number. As projectiles are added to the projectile register, they're going to get a number. So even if 1Pixel Production is installed on the original game, we have no guarantee that it's actually going to end up as projectile 319. So we're going to look up the projectile number, and we're going to do that with. Let me bring up our Waidu documentation. I think it's look up IDS symbol of int. No, we want the opposite of that. We want the yeah, we actually want the exact opposite. It's okay, it's not IDS, it's another IDS function though. IDS of symbol. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. So we can basically say we want to outer set the projectile equal to the IDS of symbol. Let me undo that. To the IDS of symbol out of projectile. In just a moment I'll talk about what I'm doing here, but first let me finish writing this up. And this is for iDart 1 dart 08. Okay. Then we'll go action if. Now if it fails, it'll go -1. Okay, action if projectile is less than 0, then begin outer set projectile equals 2. Let's pop over into the original Baldur's Gate 2 really quick. And let's find the Crimson Dart, because that's the projectile it's using. Crimson Dart. So the Crimson Dart on the original uses projectile 32. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go copy existing. We're going to copy these 3 darts. This. And we're going to LPF alter header. Where's my alter header? I think it's projectile. It might be proj. There it is. That's projectile. Okay. And this is also going to be just for ranged headers. We don't want this to mess with melee headers. So where's my alter header? And this is location equals 2. Wait, no. It's not location, it's match type. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Sorry, give me one moment and I'll sort this out. Okay. 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 So let's talk through a little bit what we're doing here. So projectiles are stored in projectile.ids. So this tells you, if I want to use, the trap time projectile, then my spell or my item needs to reference 267 in its projectile field. Now, we don't know, 1Dart08 is the 1Pixel Productions dart projectile. So what we're doing is we're saying, I want you to look in projectile.ids and see if you can find 1Dart08. And if you do find it, set the variable projectile to its value. Now, how IDS of symbol works is that if it can't find it, right, if 1Dart08 is not in there, if 1Pixel Productions is not installed on the original, it will return this as -1. So then we say if projectile is less than 0, if it failed to look up a projectile value, then set it to 32, which is what the Crimson Dart uses by default in original Baldur's Gate. So if we're on the original, if it has the 1Pixel Productions projectile available, grab its value. If 1Pixel Productions is not installed, use the regular Crimson Dart projectile. And then we're coming into the 3 darts that use it. And we're match type, which means we're altering header, which remember is our custom function that works a lot like alter effect. And basically on headers of type 2, which is a ranged attack, update the projectile to this new value. Because otherwise, in the original, it would best case it would use no projectile at all. Worst case, it would use a projectile from like some random spell or something when you throw it. So I'm glad I noticed that, because I hadn't been thinking about projectiles at all. So I'm glad we went in there and fixed that. So and like I said, on the EEs, we know 1Pixel Productions is there by default, and it's a static projectile number, so we don't need to do shenanigans on the EEs. We know it's going to be there, and we know what value it's going to be. So let's go ahead and save. We did make the one correction to the saving throws, so I want to grab the updated item file from the override folder. We'll bring that back into our item file. All right, and let me make sure this is saved first, and then just to make sure we don't have any syntax errors. Okay, so let's uninstall this really quick, and then let's pop over back to our original. Let's install it here and see if this actually works on original Baldur's Gate. Make sure that I'm already on Baldur's Gate. So let's see. G3C. So Dart of the Severing Mist gets updated to use the Dart projectile, because 1Pixel Productions is not installed on this game. So if 1Pixel Productions was installed, it would grab, or would at least try to grab, the updated Dart. So Lethargic Soul also is using 32, and then what's the last one? Vampiric Dart, also using opcode 32. Now, it shouldn't be magical, should still be using its own whatever projectile it's used before. Yeah, this is unchanged. That's why we specified match type equals 2, because we just want to update the projectile on the ranged attacks. Okay, and then while we're here, we can also double check that was the Lost Soul, the Lethargic Soul. these should have now both at -2 saving throws. They do. Okay. That's our fixes for the lethargic soul. All right, let's uninstall. Let's go back to EEs, and then let's go ahead and make a commit with these fixes. And this is going to be the lethargic soul save fix original projectiles for darts fixed. All right, yep. Change the item, and then we add a little bit of code to do that. We're going to commit and push. And there we go. Okay. Let's go back to EE. What are we at? We're almost an hour and a half in. Before we continue, let's go ahead and I want to get a quick break. I want to grab some tea and maybe a throat drop. So let's take a short break, couple of minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll keep going with the next items. So quick break. We'll be back. All right, welcome back. Got a little bit of tea and a throat drop, and everything feels better. So we're going to continue on. First, we need to reinstall this. All right, so we just tested the lethargic soul. Next up is the lucky sweater. Yeah, so this basically gives luck. All right. Let's go ahead and go in game. And we can also test our upgrade with Sespinar while we've got it. That's just lovely. Alright, so armor class, saving throws 1, and then it does thieving abilities, so let's put it on Nalia so we can see those. Alright, so excuse me. Current saving throw bonuses are -3. Oh, get back here. So armor class should go to 2. This is the cloak. Armor class to 2. Saving throws to -4. And then let's see here. 60, 85, and 40. 60, 85. Oh, was open? Did open locks not change? This does give open lock bonus. Open locks is not listed here, and it doesn't give it. Ah. Actually, so I guess that's correct. And then move silently, shadows. What other bonuses does it give? Move, shadows, illusion, and traps. Move, shadows, illusion, and traps. $25, 25, and 10. It's 25, 25, and 10. So, yep, it gives the +5 proper to all of that. Everything else is good. So,
Yes,
let's head on over to Pocket Bloom.
it will be done. Certainly. Without doubt.
Alright, so let's talk
Quickly and
Sesminar.
precisely.
I am the little I does.
Shiny
Yes,
Earth, okay.
Bernard gladly serves
Alright,
a great
go ahead and show what you can do.
Ooh. Needs must I look through your
What's this? It's all warm and fuzzy.
belongings? Recipes must I?
That's our sweater. We don't have the items. So we basically use on the flail of ages. Alright, and then everything else. Alright, so what are the items we need for that to upgrade? We can test the upgrade right now. Oh, I closed my dialog file. Okay. Here it is. MISC AU and MISC B4. Okay. So we can actually test this. MISC AU and MISC B4. Then we also need gold. Okay. Now let's see.
Without hesitation. Gladly serves a great one. Sespenar makes good butler. Yeah. Ooh. Needs must I look through your belongings?
So first let's say no.
Must I?
Okay, and then he continues on and everything works. Okay.
No.
So let's see if it works for me. This time let's say yes. He took all the items like he should, including the gold. And we gained the item. And now we get the bonus to critical hits. Everything else works. So we could stand around and wait for Nalia to crit on a 19 or a 20, but I'm not going to do that. We'll double check that effect in the editor. We now have, yeah, the critical hit bonus is here. And if the parameters are correct, then we're fine. It's a +1 bonus always to self, to any attack type. Yep. All right, so Lucky Sweater is good to go. Next up are the Lunar Shards. Lunar Shard. Oh, you know what? This might be another one where we're using a... This has the exact same problem as the darts. This is also using a 1 pixel production projectile. So we need to do the same. We need to do the same shenanigans with it. Okay. We're gonna do, instead we're gonna name this projectile Dart. Okay. Except where else can do it for the dagger, since this is a dagger. Oh, get back here. Except this projectile is 1 dag 05. And this is for G3C Lunar. And it is instead using projectile dagger. So exact same thing we just did for the darts. The Lunar Shards use the 1 pixel productions dagger, throwing dagger projectile. So we need to make the same changes and then make the same adjustment. So, although it has a different default. What is? And I think for this we use the Fire Tooth as our base. 30. 30 is our base. Okay. All right, so we can take a quick look. Going back to our item. The lunar shards. We just want to make sure they're going to be recovered from its target. And then it does a little extra damage for evil creatures. So let's go into game. And let's create a stack of G3C lunar. 7. So we're creating 7, which is what you combine as. Oh, the description image. I must have a typo. Description image is missing. Rasad can use these. Oh, he's already got some equipped. Okay. Alright. Rasad, let's bring you over here. Let's get you a target. Let's get you... I think we can get you an orc. I think orcs are just orc on water. Yes, okay.
Let me help.
So we can, if he's doing this extra damage, it's supposed to do an extra 2 versus evil creatures, and orcs are evil. So we should see a 1d4 and then an extra 2 kick in if that's actually working. Of course, I'm assuming this orc is evil, but I'm pretty sure he is. They only get 3 missile damage. We're going to need to double check this. Okay, let's make sure that our orc actually is evil alignment. It's lawful evil, so we should be getting extra damage, so we've got a bug there. Oh, this has got a frame bug in it. Okay, that's what's going on here. Okay, we need to... First, okay, so the BAM itself has a bug. That should say... Okay, that fixes the BAM. But then let's see what's going on. Use EFS target. Oh, target none. There's our problem. This needs to be targeted at the preset target. Because it's doing the extra damage, but it's doing it against nobody. And this should be 2 points of missile damage. Yep. All right, let's save this. Actually, let's quit. We need to quit this so that we can see our changes. And then also, let me grab that fixed BAM, which it drops in the base of the game folder. Okay. Replace it. Okay. Yep, this is why we test.
What can I do?
Oh, I want to adjust that. All right.
Let me help you. Very well. I can help you that.
So orc save here. Let's summon our orc.
I need something to punch or kick. Taste my foot.
There we go. We're getting that plus. The 2 is from the 1d4, and then the 2 is that bonus damage versus evil. Yeah. So we're consistently getting that extra plus 2. So we'll kill the orc, and then we'll see if he drops the dart. If he drops lunar shards. He's got him. Yeah, that. I need to adjust that just a little bit. And he only lost 1 in the process. So every time he misses, he loses 1. If it is the one that does the killing blow, that will also permanently lose 1. So, but that worked. The one thing that we need to do is one other thing we need to do is, you notice when we recovered these from the orc, they were not identified. And they're not identified because they have a lore score. What we're going to do is, because these are sold from a store, there's never a time when these are not identified. So I'm just going to set the lore score to 0, even though these are magical items. And this will mean that when you recover them from an enemy, they will now be identified and you won't have to identify them again. All right, so we had to change to that. We had to change to that. We still need to do a little bit of BAM work, but we're not going to worry about that for right now. So let's grab our BAM. Let's grab our item. Come back. We'll drop the item in here. We'll grab the... drop the BAM in the BAM folder. There we go. No, for the most part, I test in EEs because, with a few exceptions, if it works in EE, it should also work in the original. First I made that pass to make sure that stuff that I know about, like using illegal opcodes, we do that as our compatibility pass. Now, for stuff like this, like for saves being off, or for this, like when the targeting is wrong, I know for simple stuff like that, if it works in the E's, it's going to work on the original. So I don't do a full playtest again when I go back to the originals. This is mainly like, for example, for this lunar shard, right? That target being wrong, it's the same fix on both the originals and the E's. And for basic stuff like, a melee ability and how it targets and how it does damage, like I know that's going to be, okay on the originals. So I tend to test on the EEs because the stuff that the debugging commands that are available to me at the console are more extensive, so it's easier to test on the EEs. Also, the fact that it loads instantly saves you a lot of time when you're testing a lot of items like this. So unless I see something that I'm not sure if it works the same on the original, for the most part, I test exclusively in EEs outside of that original pass to do the compatibility. So let's go ahead and save our changes to, or commit our changes to the lunar shard. Commit and push. Okay. All right. Next up, we got the Never Alone. Immune to fear and can cast mirror image 3 times a day. Okay. All right. So when you create item at the console, you just like how the item has charges, you can specify charges or quantity down here. Like I said, these double for both. So when I did the -7, it brought in 7 lunar darts. In this case, we're going to do 3, so that it brings in Never Alone with 3 charges, like you would find it normally. So there's our Never Alone. Let's identify it. Oh, I didn't give it a lore score. Okay. Should be identified. So what does this do exactly? This. Immune to fear. And then mirror image 3 times a day. Okay. So let's see.
Yes?
We can indeed. Yep, there's mirror image. There we go.
Will be done. Certainly. Without doubt. Quickly and precisely.
Okay,
Without
so mirror
any
image works fine.
Sir, direct me as you will.
Let's clear that off. What can we use to check fear? Oh, the Hell Trials.
That was lost.
It's one of the Area 2905s. The Fear Area 2901. We can just check those fear traps.
What is it? without doubt.
Explore.
Quickly and precisely.
So you have
Yeah,
come
yeah,
to us
yeah.
at last, child of Baal. If you have such this cloak, then you choose to rely on your own power and bravery. It shall be
This
as you
will not
wish.
take long.
Last thing I need to do is get killed by a beholder. That should be the fear trap.
If it must, it will be done. Certainly. Without quickly and I am listening. Without this will not. If it must, it will be certainly.
The fact that I'm not. Oh, or is this side the fear trap?
Quickly and precisely. Without hesitation, this will not. I am listening. If it must.
All right. Well, I'm not being affected by fear, so I'd say that's working.
I am certain. Without quickly. Without this will not take long.
Okay. So that item works. I was never alone. The peril-sensitive goggles. Okay. Thieving bonuses and then blind swear when they see an enemy. Okay, this one should be fun to test. This one has no ability, so we can just delete those. Oh, who is this? Oh! We copied this from Jan Janssens and we left all of his usability restrictions in there. Oh, okay. So that's a first and obvious thing to fix. Let's go back to the original write-up for this. I don't think these are supposed to be restricted at all. Peril-sensitive goggles are supposed to be usable by thieves, monks, and rangers. Okay. So yeah, we clearly have our usability wrong on these very much. So there shouldn't be any alignment restrictions. And then you said thieves, rangers, and monks. So no bar. Thief, yes. Ranger, yes. Thief. Ranger, thief. And monks are okay, but not druids. And then no racial restrictions either. Right? Thieves, monks, and rangers, and then, yeah, no other restrictions. All right, so let's double check. Yes, yes. No, yes. Oh, fighter, thief should be a yes. Mage, no. Paladin, no. Ranger and thief, yes. No racial restrictions. Monk, yes. Druid, no. Okay. So usability was wrong. Now let's test the actual functionality. All right. There we go. Okay. And let's give him to Nalia since she has actual thieving skills. So it should be hide and shadow. So shadows, traps, and locks. So it should be 60, 80, and 15. And now she has 70, 90, and 25. Okay. So that works. Now let's see. All right, Nalia, let's pull you out on your own.
What can I do? Very well.
I can assist you.
Let's see if she actually gets blinded when an orc appears. Center the screen on her.
It can be naturally. Very well.
Yeah, that does not look like she's getting blinded.
It can be naturally. Very well. Is that sure? Is that all?
Okay, so obviously that is not working. Okay. So let's see what's going on. Oh. Where is the 232 that was attached to this? Did I delete this somehow? There was a 232 on these that was going to handle that. So that would explain why it's not working, because there's nothing there. Nope, it's straight out just not there. Okay, so let's do this. Did I make the spell for this at least? Okay, I did make the spell. Just for whatever reason. Okay, so we're missing the conditional. So this needs to be a 232. Cast spell on condition. We're going to cast it on self. Target myself. And it's going to be if I see evil cutoff per round. So evil cutoff covers red circles. We're going to cast the spell permanently because the spell itself has a duration. Again, 100%. No magic resistance, no save. And it's going to cast G3C Peril, which is here somewhere. Oh, I'm not even copying over the spell. Okay. And it is string G3C Peril. Okay. Okay, so first we need to copy the item, the corrected item. Oh, wrong override folder. First we need to grab this back to our item pack. And then let's check. It looks like I made the spell, but we didn't copy it over because it's here. Let's make sure that the spell does what it claims it does. So the spell, it clears itself out and then it blinds for 7 seconds. It shows the blinded string and uses the blind icon. Yeah, so all that looks correct. The installer is not copying over the spell. So let's go ahead and take care of that. Let's change it. Okay. All right, so I've corrected the item. The spell should now be copied. Let's refresh the tree and let's double check now if that's now showing up. 3 peril sensitive goggles. Now as it's Parpa 232, the spell now exists. Okay, now let's try it. Yeah, I'm missing the critical bit of everything it needs to actually do that.
How can I help?
Oh, I already had these spawned. Okay. Come to Nalia again. Alright, Nalia, come on up here.
What can I do? Very well.
My magic is at your command. It can be done.
Alright. Spawn Mr. Orc. She went blind.
Just ask, and I'll do it.
She went blind. Beautiful. Alright.
Can I
Now,
use it?
now let's make sure that this persists as long as this orc is here. And then we'll kill the orc and see if she becomes unblind. So she's no longer blind. It turned off. Oh, I think I know why. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Because I think I have a permanent 321 on here instead of an instant limited. Cleans itself off, but it cleans itself off permanently. This needs to do it instant limited with a 0 duration. Okay. Let's save that change. Okay. One more test. Oh.
Yes?
You'd think I'd remember to save these at the right time. Alright, come on up, Nalia.
How can I help? I will do what I can.
What can I do? Very well. Excellent.
I can assist you.
We'll do a quick save here. Alright. She sees the orc. She goes blind. Let's see if this persists for more than a round like it's supposed to. Or if she goes full visible. She goes full visible again.
I'm afraid I'm the needy one now.
Alright. So this 321 is not behaving how I want it to. Because this should just pop on, remove it. Oh, I think I need to do this. I think that might be our problem. Oh, you know what? No, the problem... I think it's clearing off everything from the item as well. So that's why we need to do timed effects. Because it's basically clearing off... Because 321 can target items and spells, it's clearing off everything from the item and the spell. And we, by doing timed effects list only, nothing on the item is timed. So this will only clear out things from the spell. And I think that's our problem. This is the fun thing about bug fixing, is sometimes you catch... Sometimes stuff is not as straightforward as it should be. Alright. Let's come to Nalia. Let's summon our orc. She goes blind. Let's see. It looks like she's staying blind like she's supposed to. Yep, she's able to drink 2 potions, which means we've gone through multiple rounds. Alright, now let's kill the orc. And let's see if the blindness expires like it's supposed to. Blindness only lasts for a round. Our peril-sensitive goggles work. Alright. Fun and exciting. Alright, so let's copy over our corrected item and spell from the override. Oh, I corrected the item directly, so it's not here. So that's the item is already fixed. And then this needs to come into the spell. And then main changed because we did that. And then Grayon is correctly pointing out that I had an error down here. No, it's at the bottom of the item block. Here we go. Oh, yeah, that, because I changed this. This needs to be projectile dart, and then this needs to be projectile dagger. Good catch. Yeah, because they were showing a projectile, and then I had to differentiate them. Okay. Yep, got it. Thank you, Gran. Appreciate it. I am paying attention, but I also have a one-track mind where if I try to do too many things at once, I end up doing nothing, and I end up doing nothing spectacularly badly. All right, so git commit. All right, so this is minor code fix for that projectile, and then also fixes for the peril glasses. All right, commit and push. All right, peril sensitive glasses are working and good. Really quick, sorry, I'm off screen here for a moment. Zen Black just sent me a corrected BAM for the lunar shards inventory. We're just going to directly bring that in here and overwrite the C version with this directly. Save, yes. Okay, and we'll double check that in a second. All right, so it's peril sensitive. Power of Real Change. This is, yeah, this is the Polymorph Self book. Yep. All right, we'll check that. And it's Polymorph Self once per day. Okay. All right, so first we can just,
What can I do?
let's see our corrected BAM. Oh, because I've not reinstalled. Sorry. Let's reinstall. That'll bring in the corrected BAM. Continue. All right.
What can I do?
Oh yeah, there we go. Now we've got a proper description image. Okay. So lunar shards are fixed. And then we were on the power of real change. The G3 power of real change, and then it needs a charge. So our power of real change is to do polyself once per day.
Yes? It will be done. Certainly, without quickly and without hesitation.
All right. And sure enough, we've got our regular polymorph forms.
If it must, it will be done. Certainly.
And then we can change back to human. Yep. All right, power of real change works. That works just like we basically copied and pasted that from the spell scroll, so there should really be no chance that wasn't working. Okay. In effect, oh, did I? How did I miss this? All right, so which one of these is actually working then? This is the one I added. The permanent one is the one that should be removed. Everything else on these is identical except for the timing. So let's remove that and let's double check that this works without the duplicated 232s. Oh, for crying out loud. Alright, now it still has the goggles on. Yes. We'll re-equip those just to refresh the effects.
I can assist you.
Alright, that works. Make sure it persists after a round. Alright, yeah, I just refreshed because I got another blinded message. Okay. And let's make sure it goes away. Alright, then just to make sure that we didn't attach that permanently to her. Let's make sure she doesn't go blind without a mark. And then just one more time. Be completely thorough. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I totally missed that. Okay. All right, so Peril works, but let's get the version that doesn't have the duped 232s. All right. All right, so Peril goggles work, power wheel change, the cloak of sound rest. All right, so this is, yeah, the block one weapon attack and then cast glitter dust. All right. This doesn't have charges, so we just do that. All right, so let's see now. Let's equip this.
Yes, it will be done. How can I?
All right, and then who's our Corkin's probably our best attacker, but he doesn't have his axe.
paid well for this.
What is
This guy, the monk, has no items. Okay.
What do you want, Growling?
Alright, so let's do a quick save here, and then we'll see if... So the first attack should be blocked, and we should get a glitter dust out of it.
Let's see what your guts be looking like.
That attack was most certainly not
Aye,
blocked,
that be sound
and we most certainly did not get a glitter dust out of it. Alright, so we have a very base level failure here. So it should be casting B when we're equipped, and we're blocking A when we get equipped. Okay, so what does B do? B is what should have all of this. So, okay, it's another timing thing. Instant limited and time to fix this only. Okay, so I think there's our first failure. And then it also casts A. So let's double check the A spell, because I suspect I have the same error in the A spell. Yeah, these should both be instant limited for timed effect only. And then same here. Up. Same effect here. This should be instant limited 0, timed effect only. Everything else should be fine. Okay, let's save this too. All right. All right, let's remove this, and then just to be on the safe side, we'll do a Control R in case there are any lingering effects attached to her. Put this back on.
Be quick
Now
with it.
let's see if we get...
Let's see what your guts may look like.
She took the damage though,
This be paid well for this.
and if she casted glitter dust, it was just on our... We got the message, but I don't see any actual glitter dust happening. And she took damage, which she's not supposed to. Because she should be. Alright, so let's come back to... So she puts it on. B goes into effect. At first removes B. We add the conditional if I'm hit. But then I should be immune to magical and non-magical weapons. I don't think maximum enchantment applies here, but I'm going to double check the two spells. And then on a delay permanent, we refresh it at the end of round. All right, let's check our spells and see how action from normal weapons. So this does it with a immunity weapons. Oh, I do need to. Oh no, maximum enchantment can be 0, non-magical. Yeah, well that should be fine. How about protection from magical weapons? Do I need to put an enchantment on this? No, maximum enchantment also 0, so it's not that. Okay, I wonder if it is. We're going to try temporarily removing this 321 and seeing if it's the one that's interfering with this. Oh, it's cast spell on condition. We did get when she got hit, she did cast Rest C because we did see a glitter dust, but she should be immune to both of these, magical and non-magical. Self. So I wonder if this 321 is interfering with this somehow. Or maybe the cast spell on condition is removing. No, that shouldn't be doing it. Because this basically removes both. Oh, both of these need to be instant limited. Timed effects only. Yeah. And then same with this. So this needs to be fixed regardless. Removes Rest A and Rest B. Cast spell at point itself. Cast glitter dust, but it didn't do that with its normal spell radius. It looks like it just did it. I think because self, it might be suppressing the... So let's try. And then we protect ourselves from A and B. And then we cast A and B. Just to make sure these don't overlap, I'm going to cut these a second short. Just because I don't quite trust the engine timer. Alright, so the main thing is we want to see if that 321 on the B spell is what's really holding us up here. Alright.
Yes?
Let's have you remove this item. Let's do Control R to be on the safe side. Let's do a quick save here. Let's have Corgan go after you with his axe.
What time we got to business?
Missed. She again took damage
This be paid well for this.
and no glitter dust. Alright. Does the rotating clock... You don't... Honestly, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Text message from 36331.
Okay. Alright, so let's go back to... Well, we're equipped for blocking A. I don't think it matters if it's a hostile. We can check that, though. Because hit by anyone should include friendlies. This time, though, at least the immunity to weapons worked. But then this did not. Yeah, because this time we did not get this. We didn't get glitter dust firing at all. Which might be that maybe the cast spell at point needs to remain self. Actually, maybe you know, I think it might need to be original caster. Casting instantly at the specified level. Casting it permanently, 100%. Okay, yeah, I can see this item is gonna test my patience.
Be quick with it.
Actually, you know, just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna bring over. Let's bring over Nalia. It's possible that when I equip the bugged cloak on the player one, that possibly there's some lingering effects that aren't being cleared out by Control R. So we're gonna try this on Nalia instead.
I can assist you.
So let's do a quick save here. Let's have her put on the cloak. Right now, I have Corgan attack her.
Let's see what your guts can score.
She took the damage, but she did cast glitter dust. Okay. And so, and then we've been asking, like, what if it's acting funny because it's a teammate? Let's find out. Let's get our friendly orc in. Oh, she still has the peril. Okay, let's try this again.
How can I help?
Let's remove your goggles. Let's put on your cloak. Okay. Now let's bring in an orc. She's blinded. Oh, because it was still within a round of... Okay, yeah, that was still in effect. Okay, hold on. Let's run this. Let's clear off all effects entirely. Let's re-equip this. So right there, that first bit of damage should be blocked. Yeah, it's set by the type field. Yeah, so the type is set in both cases, so enchantment shouldn't matter. So, and we're getting the same bad results from the book. Okay. So, all right. So this blocks A. When you equip, you get... okay, hold on. We're going to do something really quick so that we can see. Let's go over to our spell. See, rest. Okay. So we're going to add a name to this just so that we know when this is being cast. So basically, if we put this on Nalia and it says, no, I'm sorry, none of them sound familiar, that way we'll know that this has been actually cast on whoever's putting on the robe. Oh, I thought I'd removed you. All right, so let's save this as it is. And let's go back. I'm going to go back to an earlier save game without where we've not messed around too much. Let's just go back to this.
It will be done. Certainly.
All right, and then let's just add. Oh, first let's turn off AI.
Without doubt.
Let's bring back Nullia. Party. Let's add our item. Oh. So yeah, we're kind of going back to first principles on this. Let's bring in the stack of. All right, so let's give a save here. All right. All right, Nullia. Oh. Yeah, Nullia, you put this on, let's take off the ring so you're easier to hit. Okay.
Yes, quickly and precisely. You will fall by my hand.
Still took damage. Got glitter dust, but it's still not an area of effect.
Without hesitation. This will, if it must be, will certainly direct without quickly and precisely.
Oh yeah, and we did get the string, so it did go into effect when it went on. Okay. So it went in effect when it went on. So is there something wrong with these? It's immunity to magical. You know what? I wonder if these need to be preset target. Because it's already being targeted elsewhere. So I wonder if preset target is what we need here. Let's try updating the targeting here and see if this does it. Stuff cast on self can sometimes behave a little weird. I don't really think that's what is going on here, but let's rule it out. Save, override, okay. Okay.
How can I help?
Let's do a quick save here.
Yes? You will fall by my hand. You'll be done.
We're still taking damage. And just to... Let's also rule out that this isn't necessarily because it's melee. Let's just give her a quick weapon here. Oh, actually first let's reload. Reverse go now.
How can I will do yes I can. You will fall by my hand. It will be done.
Out of curiosity. Are these by any chance canceling each other out?
You will fall by my hand. Next time.
Nope, she's being hit by both magical and non-magical weapons. Okay. Let's see if there's any other notes for opcode 120 and see if there's something subtle here that we're missing. Oh, sorry. Textual set trigger by, okay. Blocks weapon damage, but not the on-hit effects. Yeah, I mean, it's behaving like neither one of these are going on. All right, let's pare this down. Let's literally just see what's going on with these two effects and see if we can literally just get this person to be immune to weapons. So let's save this. All right.
How can I help?
So Nalia should literally be immune to everything
Yes?
with that equipped.
You will fall by my hand. My weapon is no use.
Now we're getting a weapon ineffective. Okay. Well, only for a round because it's only a 6-second effect. Okay. So that's kind of progress. Oh, I probably should have saved a copy of this. Okay. So let's slowly add back in effects. So this needs to be the first effect. So let's add in the 321. So first we're going to remove upside down preset target. The timed effects only, instant limited 0 for 100%. And we're going to remove basically our self. Rest A. Okay. So let's combine this and see if it's the 321 that's causing problems. All right. Save. Overwrite. Okay. Continue. Okay. Let's pause. All right. Nalia. Put this on.
Yes?
Now. Can I attack you?
You will fall by my hand. My weapon is
Weapon is ineffective.
My weapon
It's lasting 6 seconds. After 6 seconds, Nalia will start getting. Yep. Here we go. Okay.
will be done.
So it's not the 321. So the other things I had on here was that the 232. If this is an effect ordering thing, I'm going to be really weirded out. All right, so let's add the 232. Cast spell on it for myself. We're going to cast the spell on myself. And if I'm hit by anybody, then I'm going to permanently 100% cast the C spell. Okay, I think that's everything we had set up before. No save, no nothing. Okay. Let's try saving this, and now let's see. I mean, but this is a great example of debugging where you're looking at everything looks like it should be working just fine, and then you get into the actual game and you're like, all right, let's do this, and you're like, what the hell is going on here?
Yes?
All right, so let's see.
You will fall by my hand.
She took damage, but this went into effect. So let's quick load. Oh, and then I have another suggestion to use the orc. I'm pretty sure it's not the orc, but we will summon Mr. Orc again.
Call from
There's a miss.
165024700.
Yeah, same thing. Oh, although in this case it had run out. All right, let's reload this. Because the way it's set up right now, it's not refreshing itself, it's just doing one round of this. Come on over, Mr. Pork. Let's put this on. Let's see if we can weapon ineffective. The orc. Nope. She's still taking damage. So this 232 is somehow so let's cast spell on condition. Let's try delaying this a second, because the first thing this does is this clears off A and B. Let's delay this by a second. And let's see if it's something as simple as that. Because I suspect how it's processing these effects is what's giving us problems. Oh, actually, I don't need to do this. Alright, let's do a quick save. Pause it. Let's have her put on her cloak. Let's have
Yes?
our monk. Let's have
What
our
is
monk attack her.
You will. My weapon is of no use.
Alright, weapon is ineffective,
Be done.
but the contingency did not fire.
Speed. You will fall by my hand.
But then it went into effect. Okay. Alright, so what have we learned here? This needs to go back, I think, to 6 seconds. I think this spell needs to delay. I think what we need to do here is the 321s that are attached to this. These themselves need to be delayed somehow. Now, if I do it permanent after 1 second, then the problem is that it will go into permanent effect. Let's try. Well, first, let me see that if these 321s are the problem. So I'm not going to delete them. By setting this to probability 100/100, it basically means that these effects cannot. These will only happen on a roll of 101 on D100. So that effectively disables these effects. So let's see. I think it's those 321s that are interfering with our flow here. And then if I'm right, let's also, sorry, rather than recreating those 146s, I'm actually going to grab a Control I. I'm going to grab the spell from the repo and just copy over those two effects that we have deleted off of Rest B. Just because I'm being extra lazy. So let me grab these two effects. We'll copy these. We'll come back to our actual in-game spell that we're using. Because these are the, and let's reorder this slightly. Okay. All right, so it removes itself, kicks down the 2 immunities for a round. The on-hit condition goes into effect, and then it refreshes itself after a round. So let's, okay, let's save that. And then, like I said, for C, we have effectively neutered these two. In fact, actually, let's just delete them to be on the safe side. And we'll see if this actually does it. Save, overwrite, okay. Let's see if it's those 321s from spell C that was actually causing the problem. Okay, so let's quick save. Or let's pause. Nalia, put on the cloak.
Yes?
Let's see if we can hit you.
You will fall by my hand.
We can hit you, but the contingency fired.
Be done.
Okay. Oh, it's possible. But this shouldn't remove the existing. I mean, it's possible these are interfering with it. I don't think so, but let's save overwrite one more time.
Yes? You will fall by my hand.
Yeah, no, we still get the damage. And glitter dust also isn't doing its area of effect like it's supposed to. Okay. I can see that this is going to be an extended. I think this is going to be like the Realm Shaper's brush, where it's going to take a while to sort out what precisely is going on. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have B. B will cast C, and then C will probably have to cast multiple things out of it. Because, like I said, somehow this 232 is interfering with the weapon protections. So I'm going to make a note. Let's move on because I'm worried we're going to spend another 3 hours on just this item. All right, so yeah, that all was fixed. So we still need to revisit sound rest. Because I suspect that that's going to take 2 hours of me trying random things and seeing what makes the Infinity Engine happy. And that's not the most exciting of content. So the other thing too is it's 12:30, so I'm overdue for feeding my horse. So we're going to take a break. This is going to be a longer, like a 5 to 10 minute break, so I can go out and check on her and make sure she's got food and water. So sit tight. When we come back, we'll go on to what's our item after sound rest. I'm disappointed that that's not. After this, we'll check the rune blade. The good news is we already did some bug fixing on this when we made it, so I think this is going to be fine. But we'll test that, and then we'll try to close out the rest of these with testing. So 5-10 minute break. We'll be back. Sit tight. All right, thanks for sticking around. So one of the nice things about just kind of when you're banging your head against a problem about just getting out and walking around is that I think I have an approach to this, and I think that what I need to do is move the 32 up to the main item instead of having that be on the conditional spell. But that's going to take basically a rework of the item, which I think is going to take even longer than what we're doing. So I am going to revisit it. I don't want to bang my head against this on stream any longer. So I am going to take a look at that. So yeah, and I think ultimately what Griana is suggesting is going to be what we're going to have to do is right now I'm trying to do this and be compact and use just 3 spells. And I suspect what I'm going to need is I'm going to need to separate out a whole bunch of stuff and probably have like probably 5 or 6 sub spells instead of the 3 that I'm trying to use now. So, but again, I'm worried that if we do this on stream, that's going to be like another 2 hours. And so I don't want to, I actually want to move on because I still want to do the README and show what final packaging of a mod looks like. So we only have a few more things to test, but I think we can get through them. So next up was the Elysian Runeblade. The first thing I want to do is, because of how the lore is set up special for this item, is I actually want to find this item in game and then test it from there. So when we first made the item, we did test to make sure that the shifts between different items were working, but I want to make sure that the item originally has lore, and then we'll go from there. So let's go ahead and start the game. Now,
Yes?
we placed it on a creature in, I think it's 0509. It's on the Bridge district. If it's not 509, it's going to be, nope, it's not 509. Okay,
Certainly.
let's go outside.
Without doubt.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
It is. I want to say
Quickly
one of
and
these
precisely.
rooms.
Without hesitation. This one, if it must be done.
Nope,
It will
not
be
that
done.
one. Oh,
Certainly.
I'm gonna have to go look this up, aren't I? Yeah, let's stop being dumb about this and just look it up. All right, where are we placing the rune blade? Oh, because I'm looking in the wrong file. That's why. We're placing it. Placing it on Dimfig 02. Dimfig 02 Valeria is in area 530. Okay, well, let's try this again.
It will be done.
Okay. Hello, friends.
Certainly.
I think there's just this one.
Without doubt.
So it should be on her.
Yes? Quickly and precisely.
There it is. It's unidentified, which is exactly what we want. Identify scroll. This is another one where I think we're going to have to adjust the BAM. And it's usable by... I need somebody who can use this. Not usable by evil, and then a whole bunch of restrictions. Okay, so let's grab good old Keldorn. Or 15 maybe. All right, 14. There we go. All right, let's give it to Keldorn. And currently it's configured as 3 attack, 1 defense. So this should give him saving throws and ours. So his armor class should go to -1. Yep. And we'll check his resistances. Slash and crushing. Yep, that's all of our physical resistances. And his saving throws are all at -2. They should be at -1 without this. Yes, okay. So all of that works. And now let's see if we can transform this through its various iterations. All right. Oh, I need to correct these icons. Okay. So let's do the max attack, 0 defense. Oh. Oh, of course, because this is the original special one. Okay, I need to add this to the item deletions. It did create the item. Okay, so we have a little bit of work to do here. So remember, so that the item would properly come unidentified first, we created a new version, the Z sword, that is the one that actually gets placed in game. So we need to come into this spell is the template for all of those transformations. And so we need to account for this original sword here. We ought to remove the 0 through 4s. We also need to remove the Z. So we want to copy, we want to paste. And so we need to also remove the Z sword, because this is the one that actually gets placed in game. All right, so that's the first thing we need to do. The next thing is we are still using the spell immunity BAMs. And so we want to change this to be the sword icon, G3C rune I. We wanted to use the sword BAM because it's a sword ability. Spell immunity obviously is not relevant here. This doesn't matter. All right, so that's the template spell is corrected. And I think that was it. All right, let's try reinstalling. All right, and let's jump back over to, first let's add CamDawg.
Yes?
Now let's do a quick save here. Let's go back to area 530.
Certainly, without doubt.
Control Y, everybody. CamDawg, come on over, grab your shiny sword. Needs identification. All right, good. Now, just to make sure I can't. Yeah, okay.
You have a plan?
It needs to be identified first before I can change it, which is exactly what we want. All right, so first let's identify it. Identify sword. Now I should be able to do the transformations. So +0. So let's do the 4 armor class version. So yes, weapon unusual because it deleted. This time it deleted the Z sword and it created the new one. And this should be the 0 attack, 4 defense. So this one's armor class 4. So his armor class is 0. His armor class is -4. That's correct. All right. And he does 5 to 11 damage with a THAC0 of 7. So 7 and 5 to 11. All right, so let's try the maximum attack version. Item drain.
I am yours to direct, my friend.
Ooh, okay. It should not be creating a drained item. As soon as you get it, it should be good to go again. So let's again open up our... All right, we're creating an inventory item. Oh, I wonder if we can't specify. We may not be able to specify a charge with a create inventory item. Oh no, parameter 1 is charges. I thought parameter 1 was quantity. All right, well, let's try this at 100. Hopefully, oh yeah, because it's just creating a solitary inventory item. That should be charges. Let's find out. All right, so let's close this. Let's save this. And let's see if that works or if that's going to, or if we're going to get an overflowing inventory of bastard swords.
Will be done. Certainly, without doubt. Yes, without hesitation.
This, let's identify it. Let's give it to Keldorn. Alright, let's
How can I will do what I
alright, let's quick save here.
I stand ready.
Alright, weapon unusual. Now, does the new one have charges? It does not. Okay, so we're creating the item, but not with charges. Okay, that is annoying. Because we don't want the person to have to rest before the item is good to go again. I'm going to take a quick look at the Twinkle mod and see if I had an answer for this. Because when I inserted the select spell, okay, hold on. Ensure any instance of Twinkle has. Oh, so yeah, but this is going through inventories. This doesn't necessarily handle when I'm swapping. Because this is doing the exact same thing. So this might be having the same problem because create inventory item does not do it with charges. Oh, that's frustrating. I wonder. Let's try a little experiment. Let's take our generic, our template item. Let's try swapping the order of our abilities. I don't actually think that this will work, but what the heck? So I'm pretty sure when you create an inventory, it usually comes charged. I wonder if it only checks the first header when it does that. So these should now all be magical melee. And the other thing I'm worried about is whether or not that's going to mess with it actually being able to be used. Actually, no. Let's go back to the save before this, just to be on the complete safe side. Actually, no. Let's just let's toss out the one I have because I don't think it's going to be charged properly. And let's create a new one. So let's create item, the G3C rune Z 100 up, comma 100 0 0 up. All right, so let's identify this again. Let's give it to Keldorn. Yeah, because the melee ability isn't first. It's behaving. It's already being weird. Yeah. I mean, it comes charged, but the problem is that I then have to. Is that then it's not properly being used to attack.
You have a plan? By Torm, I shall strike. Aye, as you wish.
Yeah, it doesn't. It actually doesn't use its melee ability. Okay. So it comes charged, but only on that first ability. Man, that's annoying. Yeah, so that doesn't work. So let's fix our let's fix our template item. So when it transforms, it comes uncharged. What can we do about that? I don't think any of these. Yeah, and the problem is it just gets generated without a charge. Which means you'd only be able to change it once a day, which really limits its... It'd be nice if you could swap it between fights, but without a charge like this... I mean, there's... If I set it to 0 charges, I think that just means it straight up doesn't work. Sometimes funny things happen when you go for zeros. I mean, I don't think that'll do it, but... Oh, actually, hold on. No, dump that. I want to generate it with 0, 0, 0 and see if it works. I'm just assuming this is just going to straight up not work.
I stand ready.
Or have I found a loophole? Ah! Oh, or not. Why? But then the original item is not disappearing. Hold on really quick. So these all now have 0 charges. Yes. Yes. Yep, 0 charge. Okay, let me double check the spells. Make sure that these have been updated. It's deleting all, and then it's creating the inventory item. Except, oh, okay, I do want to change one thing back on the spell. Let's change this, the create inventory. This, we want to go back to just creating 1. I don't think that's what's causing the problem, but I do want to change that back. Okay, let's reinstall everything. And let's try and game. Except I'm just gonna test this straight from here. Let's Hope Keldorn. Okay.
I stand ready.
Let's do a quick save. Let's create Z. Except we want to do 0 charges. Okay. Alright, so let's say Make it 2-2. Alright, his weapon disappears. We get the 2-2 correctly. Now, can I in turn use this? Or is this considered drained? Get +4 +0. It didn't delete his item. It just gave him a new one. When I do that one, it does. What is going on here? Is there something wrong with the spell? Am I not deleting everything properly? Z1. Oh, because I'm deleting these are 0, 0, 0, 0, and 4. That is, okay, that is wrong. Alright, so the good news is the zero charge hack works and is good, but the problem is, why are these spells being generated with... Why are these spells being generated incorrectly? Where's my rune loop? Here it is. Okay. Oh, because I think it's wrong in the original spell. Because all we're messing is, yep, it's wrong in the original spell. It must be. Yep. We're deleting the 0 sword 4 times. Alright, so we're deleting Z, we're deleting 0. We need to delete 1. Okay, a really simple and dumb bug. This needs to be 2. But otherwise, I think that 0 charge hack works. G3 and then deletes 4. Okay. Save, overwrite. Okay. Okay, now let's... Now I think everything should be working. Alright, let's generate the sword. The first time we get it, it needs to be identified. Give it to Keldorn. Let's have Keldorn make... Let's have him make the max defense sword. The sword disappears. He gets the max defense sword. Alright. Now let's have him make the max attack sword. His weapon disappears. He now has the max attack. Okay. Now it's working. Now the big question though is, let's take off everything except for the sword. Because one of my concerns here is the fact that with zero charges, is a Nishru just going to eat this? What are Nishrus here in the game? Nishru, but that's the summoned version. So I think that's going to be neutral. Yeah, it's going to be neutral. We don't have a hostile Nishru anywhere. That's disappointing. Does anybody else use the Nishru weapon? Oh, Hackashars do too, but I'm pretty sure Hackashars are also come neutral. Yep. Oh. I just want to close this because you are also neutral. If I attack you, will you go? Oh, you know what? I can make him go hostile. Oh, I don't need to. I already have an instant running. Okay.
I stand ready.
Okay, so let's create our Nishru. And let's see if the Nishru just outright eats the sword. Okay, now There we go. All right, now let's see, with no charges, if the Nishru just eats the sword. The sword is surviving. I think we have found our hack. All right, let's try killing you. And after some Nishru hits, I can still transform the sword. Alrighty, okay, we've got this solved. Okay, alright, I'm glad that that was not, well, not necessarily easy, but at least it's possible and doable, and it doesn't just fall down entirely when we try to do complicated stuff. Alright, also, nothing needed to change here, we just needed to change the item and the spell. And we did those directly in the repo, so it should be good to go. So let's just make our commit. Excuse me. And and we still have the lunar shard and the other stuff for fixes for lunar shard, bam, peril glasses, and rune blade. Right, that's everything. Okay, number of secondary terms is determined by parameter 3. Yeah, parameter 3 is not, so I'd have to go through an external EFF, so I could do it, but we've got it working with the zero charge, so I'm fine with that. Ground is pointing out, so there are two effects formats. One is the one that we've been working with on items and whatnot. So I'm just gonna talk about this a little bit so that you know what Grant's talking about. If you look in items and you look on, let me pull up an actual effect. This is the effect that we've been working with that we're used to. It's 48 bytes in length. And it's basically got two parameters that vary depending on the opcode. And then it's got your standard timing, dispel resist, probabilities, duration, a resource field, and then all this. There's a 4-byte field at the end called the special field. This is not really used by a lot of effects. Where it is used, it's primarily used by the EEs. I'm trying to think of an original BG2 effect that uses this field. I'm not coming up with any. I'm sure there probably is one that somebody could correct me on. So we have two parameters. So this is what's called the effect format 0. This is what was used in the original Icewind Dale and original Baldur's Gate 2. If you look at an EFF file, though, EFF files are not 48 bytes. These are considered version 2 effects. And you'll notice a lot of this is similar, right? You've got an opcode, target, you've got two parameters here, the timing, all this stuff. But then you look, you've got more parameters. You've got parameters 3 and 4. You can specify multiple resources. There's all sorts of other information. This is the expanded effect. This is a 2.0 effect. Some opcodes you can specify parameters 3 and 4. And if you want to do it from an item or a spell, you kick it out to an EFF where you get this extended information where you have parameters 3 and 4 available to you. Creatures can use either. So if you look at a creature, they have a field here called effect version. And if they're using version 1, it means they're using the smaller 48-byte version that you find on items and spells. If they're using version 2, then they use the, let's see, do you even have any effects? You do not have any effects. Let me find somebody with some actual effects. Joinables have them. So like Aerie, for example, let me go back up to the top. Aerie she's using the version 2 effect. So when you come down to, and if you were to open some of the effects on her, it's not that same 48 smaller byte effect that we're using. It's this longer one with the parameters 3 and 4. Creatures in general use the longer effect format. In general, not always. if creatures were just brought over from the originals, generally they weren't converted. When you add effects to a creature via spell or item, the engine by default will use version 2. Even if it's coming from an item or a spell that's using version 1, it'll apply to the creature as version 2 effects. So just something to be aware of whenever you see the ISTP refer to something with parameters 3 and 4 or secondary resources or whatever, you won't be able to do it directly from an item or spell. You'll have to kick it out to an EFF where you can get this extended, the longer opcode format. So what Grayon was pointing out was that if I use opcode 122 and use parameters 3 and 4, I could have specified charges. So I could have done that by kicking it to an EFF file and doing it there. Luckily, we found a workaround where we could do it with the original opcode. So, but that's something. If that hadn't worked, we could have used the extended EFF to solve it. So just a little side about effect formats. So, all right. So that was the Rune Blade, G3C Rune. All right. So all the Rune Blades are fixed. Next, we want to check the Spiked Armor. The Spiked Armor is just basic armor that when a Berserker is enraged, it basically has a retaliation effect. So let's head back into game. Let's grab Korgan. Let's see. Korgan, I think there's a Korgan 15. Alright, good. Alright, let's grab our item. I think it's just Spike. Yeah. Alright, and alright, let's do a quick save here. Korgan, put on your armor. And now let's see. So Korgan, move you over there. Now I should be able to just hit him without anything being reflected to me. Yeah, Keldorn can hit, no problem, no reflection. Okay, let's see Korgan. Now let us put Korgan. Let's have him enraged. He's now berserked. Now let's see if we can get a retaliation.
Strike you down.
Oh, I forgot about this bug. So Keldorn is using his own sword with a retaliation effect. And so Korgan retaliates, Keldorn retaliates against the retaliation, and then the retaliation against the retaliation for the retaliation. I forgot about this. We need to... There's a way you can prevent this that I need to do. I totally forgot about this. And if it would have been anybody else, it's because Keldorn has an effect with a retaliation on it. I totally forgot about this. This is hilarious. This is something we fixed in BE Fixback, not released yet. So let me go take a look at it. We know it works. Okay. It only stops because the retaliation has a limited radius. It stops once they get out of range. So let's give them the rune sword, and we'll use that and just verify that it is indeed working. Let's identify you. All right. Korgan should still be enraged. So.
Good is on our side this day.
Oh, has it run off? Oh, I controlled R him. I canceled his enrage. Let's get you enraged again. Okay, now let's try. I controlled R to heal him, and that cleared out his enrage. Yep. He hits, he gets the retaliation damage. Okay. Okay. So it works. We need to... So let me take a... if I can find it quickly from the E fix pack, I will implement it quickly. If I can't find it quickly, then let's see, E fix pack, G3 is the master copy. Do we have something for oh, not lib. It's gonna be TPH. Let's see now. Do I have something for fire shield in here? So for fire shields, basically, yeah, prevent infinite feedback and result in change. So essentially so in the retaliation effect, okay, we fixed the power while we're here. Okay, we fixed the power, and then we clone it into... Okay, so all we need to do is, and we're going to have to do this for all of our retaliation effects now that I'm thinking about it. So basically, what you do is, when there's a retaliation effect, it hits, and then when it hits, it basically also provides an immunity for just 2 ticks, which is like 2/15 of a round. So that's like a half second. So that you don't get that infinite chain like that. So we just, for all of our retaliation effects, and we do have quite a few items that retaliate. We need to add the same protection. So let's take a quick look at. So let's see what else uses retaliation. The Dart of the Severing Mist does retaliation. So why don't we let's do this a smart way. Let's find everything that uses a 232, and everything that's G3C is one of ours. So the Acid Dart, the Black Dragon Belt. The Black Dragon Belt is going to be 1 deep because it's part of Caustic Sheath, and then the Vine Shield. So, and it's not even showing up the Spiked Armor because that's done through 321. Okay. So, all right. So you're casting G3 Acid on hit, and that basically does a little bit of damage. So we're going to copy that. We're going to change this into a 206. Preset target, no string. This is unused, so we'll change it to 0. We're going to use instant limited, but instead of the normal instant limited that we've been using with, we're using timing mode 10. Timing mode 10 and 0 are identical, except 0 counts duration in seconds, whereas timing mode 10 does it in engine ticks. The engine ticks 15 times a second. It's half your frame rate. So for 2/15 of a second, I will be guarded against this retaliation spell. So basically, when somebody hits me when this is up, they take 3 points of damage, and then even if they hit again, they can't get damaged again because there's a small temporary block, and that's how you stop that infinite chain. All right, so that is the one for acid. Let's see what's up. What else do we have in that result list? Okay. We also have the Black Dragon Belt. The Black Dragon Belt can cast this, but then it's buried another level deeper. Is this the... Okay, yeah, here's our cast spell condition. This one uses this spell as its retaliation. So we're going way deep on this one. So same thing, we're going to copy this. We're going to clone it into a 206. I had totally forgotten about that infinite, that infinite chain. Oh. I mean, I'm laughing because it is funny, but the reason why we fixed that on the fix pack is that can crash your game. And then this is not relevant for this. Okay. All right, so save, overwrite. Okay. We had to go levels deep for that. Okay. And then the peril sensitive goggles. The peril sensitive goggles are not a retaliation effect. And then the Vine Shield is a retaliation effect. It's not damaged though, but even so, it can still cause that infinite chain. So we want to do the same thing. We're going to 206 for 2 ticks. Against itself, and we're currently in what? G3C, fine. Update. Oh, you know what? For the did I not? I don't think I specified the resource when I updated the Black Dragon build. Okay, let's track this down again. Let me go through an F. Where is it? There it is. I don't think I specified. Yeah, I didn't specify the spell. Okay, so this should be G3C Black Dragon Belt, and this is the retaliation spell is a D. Okay. Save, overwrite, okay. All right, and now let's double check through spells, because for example, this, for the spike armor specifically, it is going through, sorry, I've got like a billion windows open right now. The spike armor in particular, it's going through a spell. So let's find ourselves, we're just going to temporarily change this so we can search and see if there's anything else here. Find selected attribute. All right, so let's check. That's the Cloak of Sound Rest, which I'm saving for later, so I'm not going to update that one right now, since that spell could end up being entirely different. But the Spike Armor uses Spike C as its retaliation, so same thing. We're going to copy this into a 206. Value, no text, 0. We want this to be 2 ticks. And it wanted to protect against itself. G3C Spike C. That's no longer relevant. All right. Man, that's a fun bug. Totally forgot about that. And it's pure serendipity that we ran into it. Okay, so we can actually now test if we've actually fixed that. All right, so Korgan.
Stand ready.
Korgan, put on your armor.
Be quick, this be paid
All right, and you're using your Hallowed Redeemer. Okay.
Aye, as you wish.
So Korgan.
Here one, foundling.
Korgan, I want you to think about fixing bugs. All right, he's properly enraged.
To direct, my friend. For right and honor!
Now we just need Kildorn to actually hit. Oh, come on, Kildorn. Obviously that did not work. Obviously that did not work. All right, let's come back to the spike. All right, let's come back to the spike spell and see what I did wrong. So Spike C is the one that actually does the retaliation damage. Two ticks for Spike C. Oh, because I left. Oh, this was a mistake. Because it's only applying to creatures with a max level of 1, because I need to clear these out. Okay. That's why, which means if it's wrong there, it's probably wrong elsewhere. All right, let's go back to this. Let's look. Oh, I closed my Explorer. Okay. Let's go back to the override folder and we can quickly see what spells we changed rather than looking up. So I just upgraded Spike. Let's go back to Acid and see if I made the same mistake on that one. All right, close all that. All right, Spike, let's save. Let's go back to Acid, see if I made the same mistake on the 206. Nope, because it was fixed damage. But I can remove that because that shouldn't be there because it's not relevant. All right, so that's Spike, that's Acid. The Black Dragon Belt D spell. There, this one. Let's check its 206. Yep, we would have ran into the exact same problem here. Because I'm setting maximum and minimum levels. So this is why even when you think you have something solved, test it in game. Because you've probably forgotten something simple and dumb like this. And then finally the Vine spell. The Vine, the Entangle. 206. This should only matter. We do want to keep the spell because if the Entangle doesn't happen, we don't want to block future occurrences. All right, but I can change that to 0. Okay. All right, let's save, overwrite. Okay. All right, let's try this one more time.
Be
All
quick
right.
with it.
Corgan, get enraged.
I stand
Baldur.
ready.
Actually hit
For
him.
right and honor.
Oh. Oh, am I not close enough?
So be it.
He's using a two-handed sword, so he may not be considered close enough to get retaliated.
My Tom, I shall strike you down.
No, now it's just straight up
You
not
will
working.
fall yet. Good.
All right, what did I break in this? G3, where's my Spike C? Okay, hold on. First, let's copy these over into our repo, and then we'll fix from there. Okay. So let's see. So when you cast Enrage, let's see. I think I put it at the top of the stack. Yeah. You cast B, you cast A, B, and then you cast. Okay. So spell A just blocks B, so that if you're not wearing the armor, B never goes into effect. All right. So B goes into effect. B's the one with the retaliation condition. If I'm hit by anybody, cast C on the hitter. And then C does damage, 1d4 piercing, permanent. And then we do an instant limited 2-tick immunity from future damage. So I'm not really sure why this is falling down. Let me take another quick look in game. Oh. This is critical. This is critical. Item effects don't work if the item is not big worn. This is advanced bug fixing right here. Oh, for crying out
Be
loud.
quick with it.
Okay.
I stand high.
So obviously the retaliation wasn't working because he wasn't wearing the item.
Tom, I shall strike you down.
So now let's see. Alright, so there we go. Corgan got hit. Keldorn took piercing damage from that. Keldorn retaliated once, and the chain stopped. So that's exactly what we want, right? Keldorn took damage, so he gets to retaliate too, but then we don't start that infinite cycle. We just have one retaliation from both of them, and then we're done. And then if he hits again, we have the exact same results. He takes retaliation piercing damage, and then Corgan, for doing that, takes damage back.
So be it.
All right, so I'm going to do Control T So that's going to make his Enrage expire. And now let's, just to verify, let's make sure that his retaliation has ended. So Keldon should now be able to hit him without getting retaliation. Assuming he can help. And we get lightning in the middle of everything else. No, keep attacking. Don't let a little lightning strike stop you. Yep, no more retaliation damage. Okay. So let's enrage you once again, just to make sure that things go back into effect like they're supposed to. Oh, retaliation isn't working now. Is this a distance thing? It's not a distance thing. Okay, so something is going on with future castings of Enrage. So, at cast A and B, B goes into effect. And then why would it not be able to go into effect in the future? Is there anything in B or A that would prevent it from? No, because that just does that. Is there anything in C that would prevent it? And this is the worst kind of bug because it's just a slightly flaky bug. Yeah, there's no 321s or anything like that screwing things up. Oh, actually, no, these are bad. These should be instant limited, and they just need to remove timed effects. Yeah, the 321 might be slipping in and messing things up when it shouldn't. It should be instant limited. Okay. Let's update that change. Let's test again. All right. So, Gorgon, put on your spiked armor. Alright, actually, let's walk you away. Alright, Gorgon, get enraged. Alright, and now... Alright, we get the retaliation. Alright, that's working fine. Let's get a second hit just to verify. Alright, everything's working. Okay. I'm going to do Control T to advance game time an hour. So Gorgon's Enrage has worn off. I'm going to enrage him again. And now we're going to see if the retaliation is working again on the Rhea. No, it's not working on the Rhea. Let me take a look really quick at what are we doing specifically to special 321. Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong. I keep going back to the TP2, and no, that's not what we're using anymore. So all we're doing is we're adding the 146s. But we're casting them permanently, but A should be blocked. A should never be going into effect. This is being cast permanently. And it just blocks B for 2 ticks. And these are both now limited 0-second effects. So that shouldn't be it. What is going on with the armor itself? Because the armor should just be blocking A permanently. I go back to spells. Let me take I'll look at Enrage again, see if there's anything goofy going on with it. we're casting. So this is the expiration, the normal enrage expiration spell. What does this do? It removes everything by 321, but it does it permanently. Oh, but that it's erasing something else entirely. Okay, so that's not it. We're removing horror, removing horror. The rest of these are all. These are. This is what giving multiple immunities makes your spell look like. Multiple immunities to effect. I'm looking specifically for like 321s and 206s. When it expires, it casts the cooldown spell, which is 321D. 321D has all the penalties and then blocks you from enrage for 30. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the enrage is not going to affect because I'm casting it again too quickly. Yeah, I'll bet he's not being properly enraged. That's my fault for not noticing that. All right, let's try this again. All right, Corgan, put on your armor. Get enraged.
I stand ready. Good is on our side this day.
All right, that works. Okay, we're gonna advance an hour. That ends. We're gonna advance another hour so they can properly enrage again.
So be it.
Okay, I think I was hitting that. I think I was hitting that 30-minute cooldown window before he can enrage again. So the enrage was never actually going into effect. Obviously I'm wrong because it's still not working. Why would this only work once?
I pledge my service.
I am very much at a loss here. Yeah, that's standard. That's the cooldown. And the cooldown basically says you can't do it again for 30 seconds. So I'll know it's expired when the fatigue icon goes away. Yeah, what is going on here?
Be quick with it. What do you want, groundling? I stand ready. By Torm, I shall strike you down.
Yes, it will be done.
Okay, that works. All right, let's advance an hour.
Ready.
Okay. Now let's advance another hour. The fatigue has gone away, so he should be able to successfully enrage again. So I guess Thaco should go up, right? He's at 1. Let's make sure he successfully enrages again. Yep, we got our normal message. He is properly raging.
I am yours to so be it.
Alright, so now...
By Torm, I shall strike you down.
And now it's working again. Okay, so somehow...
I pledge my
Alright,
service.
just to be on the safe side, let's do this one more time. Let's advance an hour, you're out of your enrage. Advance another hour, you're out of your fatigue.
Torm, I expect back your order. Ready.
One more
I shall
test.
do my utmost. Good is on our side this day.
Yep, okay. Alright,
As you
we
wish.
got it.
A pleasant enough setting.
Always good the extra few tests. Basically, his enrage was not actually being cleared before I was testing again. So let's grab the correction to spike A. Drop this into spell. Okay, and then we're gonna make this commit. All right. Fixed, infinite, retaliation bug, and then also fixed spiked armor. Yeah, because we're updating all those spells. All right, commit and push. All right, spiked armor works. All right, next on the list. We're almost at the bottom of our list, which is a good sign. All right, G3C. All right, no spiked armor. We want the Tinkerer Spectacles, which... Oh, this is the wearer gets confused for 2 rounds if they're not a thief or a gnome. So we can check that and then just knock once per day and some abilities. Okay. So let's add the G3C Tinker. Oh. I've put the description icon as the item icon and vice versa. Because yes, it should not look like this. Okay. Let's first fix that, as funny as that is. All right. So oh no, the icon references are correct. The icons themselves are swapped. So I need to rename the icons. Okay. All right, that's funny. So Tink I. So Tink C should be Tink I. And the former Tink I, this should be C. Okay. Let's reinstall. All right, let's come back to the Tinkerer Spectral. That's more like it. Okay. And yet another very nice icon from Zen Black. All right, let's create that item. All right, so first let's give it to Nalia because let's make sure that she does not get confused, and we can also check her locks and traps. Okay, so her locks are currently 60 and 80, so we should get to 65 and 185 when these get equipped. 65, or I'm sorry, not 105 is correct. All right. And she's unaffected by the effects from, so it tried to confuse her and it got blocked. So that's good.
Not sure what one. Almost.
Okay. So let's take these off. So let's try putting these on. This character is a monk.
Yes?
So something happened, but not confusion.
Without quickly and without this will not. If it must will certain direct without doubt.
That is
Quickly
obviously
and
not
without
a confused
if it
character.
will be certain without quickly. I'm listening.
All right. So all right. So that's for the spider bonus. And first of all, I can see that is not targeted correctly. That needs to be target self. All right. And okay. These need to be 318s because so you notice how I said the character is immune from blank. When you use 324, it generates the message, and normally it will insert the spell that got blocked, but the spell doesn't have a name, so that's why we're generating that blank string. So instead, we're going to do protection from resource, which does not generate that feedback string, because again, this spell does not have a name. All right, so instant while equipped. If race is gnome or class equals thief, this is blocked. And then we're going to cast this spell. We're going to cast it permanently at the caster level. G3C Tink C. We're going to cast it on ourselves at level 1. So what does Tink C do? All right. Now that looks fine. I think because it's using. Let's change this to none. This was copied over from Confusion, so it was using the area of effect projectile. We want this to be. We want this to be 0. We want it to have no projectile because it's just targeting a single target. So instead of any point within range, it needs to target a living actor. And it's targeting the preset target. The rest of these I think are all fine. And then once it goes into effect once, it will permanently block this spell from happening again. So I think that's what was needed. Let's go take a look. And then I also made changes here to those to be 318s instead. Okay. And suddenly this is now opening on the right window. I don't know what has changed. All right, so do I still? Oh, I do not have them. Okay.
Yes?
Let's create the Tinkerers. All right. So first, let's put on Nalia and see if we still get that spurious message in the combat feedback. Nothing. So that's encouraging. Now, let's try putting these on the monk. The screen goes black because she's confused. Okay, so she should be confused for 2 rounds, so we're just going to wait it out.
What is it? It will be
Okay,
done.
now we set this up
Without
so that
without hesitation.
you get confused the very first time you wear them, but not on subsequent wearings. So good, now she's no longer being affected by it.
If it must, we'll search direct without quickly and
We can
precisely.
take this on and off all we want. Good. Okay. So that works. The one thing we have not tested is the thank you, Mikael. One of the problems is chat's like, at least when I see your comments, it's like I'm already on to testing the next item. So thank you for that, but I think you're a little bit behind. The next thing we want to do is we could test that spider to hit, but I'm gonna have to sit here and attack spiders until I figure out exactly what I need to hit and then see if the +2 kicks in. This one we're just going to check on NI. So using an AFF file for any thief. Oh, actually, I know what we could do. Hold on. No, yeah, we can just check this NI. So while instant while equipped, use G3 Tinker AFF. To hit first, this needs to be preset target. Anything with the racial value of spider, instant while equipped, 100 dice size needs to be 0. Because we're getting the to hit bonus goes in parameter 3. Oh yeah, so here's a good example. Yeah. To do a to hit against a type bonus, the actual bonus goes in parameter 3, which is why we're using an EFF to do this, because we can't do this directly in the item effect because it doesn't have parameter 3. So remember we were talking about the 2 effect sizes? This is a perfect example of where we have to kick it out, because parameter 1 and parameter 2 are used to specify the type. And then you put the actual bonus in the 3rd parameter. So, okay. So let's save that overwrite. Okay. All right, so Tinker respect. Oh, and then I also want to test knock really quick. Get back here. No, I need to spawn them again. Come on, Nalia.
Yes?
Let's go back to.
Wide open will be done.
I just want somewhere with containers.
Anywhere that certainly. Without doubt.
Where's our
Quickly
first
and
there?
precisely.
Okay.
What is it? Without hesitation.
Alright. Are any of these locked?
This will not take long.
That's
If it
locked.
must be,
Okay,
will
we can
be
test
done.
it here. Oh, Nalia's wearing them, right? Yep.
How can I
Alright,
help?
Nalia. Give me a knock. It worked. It's still trapped, but the knock works. Okay. Tinkerer spectacles are done. I did need to make a few changes there to the F. Actually, to a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Let's drop in the F. All right, let's get the corrected spell. And then the corrected item as well. Okay. Commit. This is Tinkerer's Spectacle fixes. All right, commit and push. Okay. Close. All right, what do we got left? Okay, we got 3 items. The belt or near this one should be simple because this one is just bonuses. In fact, we even have a dwarf, so we can go. So it is G3C curd. All right, identify. So now it should be +1 strength, 2 con. So let's first take off your current belt because that's a strength item. So we got 18 strength. Oh, I just had control A did this. Okay. 1 strength, 2 con. Okay, let's see what it does on Corgan. Corgan is 18 and 19. 20 and 22. So 2 + 3 on him and +1 +2 on a non-dwarf. So, and I think that's all this belt does. Yep. All right. Now it's about as simple as it gets. The Vampiric Dart of Eternal Hunger. This does. Let's see. Oh, this is the one that does the Con Drain. Can cast Vamp Touch. And then it steals and can restore spells. And it does bonus damage versus good. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff to test on this. Alright, continue. Alright, let's get... And it has an ability, so we need to specify charges. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Oh, G3C Vamp. Okay. So the first thing is this should drain con when I equip it. We get Constitution modification notice. Good. Just like it should. Alright, now let's see. We should have a Vamp Touch. Up to once every 24 hours. So yeah, so if I unequip this, the Con Drain should persist, because the Con Drain lasts, I want to say, a short period of time. But it shouldn't do it again. Yeah. Okay. So that works. And then we got... I know it does that. We need to steal hit points. And a chance to restore spells. Okay. So first, let's do Vamp Touch on Corgan. Yep, it works. Right. I'm going to clear off temporary effects.
Be quick with it.
Corgan, I want you to do just a little bit of damage to me, so that we can see if the life drain works. There we go. Okay. All right, now Corgan, take off your. Okay, I want you to take off your armor so that you're easier to hit. Wait for it to think combat has ended. Okay. All right. So
Yes?
now this should drain
What is it,
life
sir?
on.
Without
Oh, of course. Enemy lightning bolts hit 42 times. Okay. I didn't even mean to click on that, but that worked out. Okay, so it has a 20% chance to steal 1d4 hit points. So let's see if we could get any life steal going.
You will fall by my hand.
Hit, 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 hit. I'm seeing a lot of hits. I'm not seeing any life trading, at least not yet.
Next time.
That +1 damage, yep, it did heal us. Okay, I'm going to heal Corgan really quick. So I'm at 63. Right, yeah, 63. So the next time we have a, okay, 63, I did 4 extra damage to Corgan, and I went up 4 hit points. So the hit point drain is working. Okay, so that's working. All right, we know the Vam Touch works. We know the Con Drain works. And 5% chance to restore 1 forgotten spell level. Okay, now this character does not have spell levels. You do. Have you used any spells? No. Okay, let's use. All right.
How can I help?
All right, Nalia, cast web.
Yes, quickly and
Okay. Now, Nalia, you use. Oh, Nalia can't use the dart. Why not? It's not usable by good. Okay, let us. All right, let's get all our. Let's get Yawn in here then. Okay. All right, come here. Let's get you out
Without
so that you don't get hit by that. Okay.
Don't yell. I can hear you just fine.
Let's give you the dart. Right, and he got hit with the Constitution modification.
Jon
Okay.
Johnson at your service.
Let's also
Pardon, turnip reflex.
let's dump a magic missile and we'll see if this gets restored. So he's now down a magic missile.
You need my skills, I see. This isn't boring. I'll give it that.
I don't think there's any messages when it gets restored. So we're gonna let him run for a while. All right. My question: are you sure that a raid should be patched with timing mode 1? Yes, because the thing is, we're patching Enrage to. Sorry, I'm coming back to Ground's question. So Ground was asking, when we patch Enrage, we're adding 2 opcodes to cast spells. We're adding a pair of 146s, and I have them both as timing mode permanent. And the reason why is because the spells themselves, all of their effects are limited duration. So anything that they do is going to expire. So that's why you cast them with permanent. All right, let's see. Has Yawn actually restored any spells? Yep, he's got Magic Missile back. So one of those hits gave him a spell back. So that is, I think, everything on this dart. It has Vamp Touch works. It does the drain. All of that. Oh, and whether or not it does +1 versus good creatures. So let's hit Corgan and see if we get a second damage
you sound
message.
like Golodon.
Or not
Yes,
Corgan.
yes.
Let's hit
Standard,
Nalia,
don't
because she's
yell.
also
I can hear
but
you
she's
from
not right
there.
on me.
To beat your
Alright, so we got the 6 and then the +1. So yes, we're doing the extra point of
Take
damage.
that, turnip hating scum.
Alrighty. So this works. Oddly enough, no changes. Alright, and then finally we have the Vine Shield, which has the retaliation of an entangle when you hit somebody with it. So, and thankfully this is our last item to test. Alright, so let's go with, let's spawn the item in. Alright, let's identify it. Let's give it to Corgan since he's already wearing the shield. But let's take off your armor so that you're easier to hit. Alright, and we'll use Kildorn again to see if we to make sure that we're not going to get an infinite retaliation.
I Torm, I shall strike you down.
Now there is a save for this, so even when it goes off, oh, it entangled, but it didn't actually do anything. Okay, I think that entangle may still be using an area of effect. All right, okay, so let's see. Needs to target a living actor. Nope, this is correct. So why didn't you actually go into effect? Yep, because it didn't force a save. Let's see, it's an 8, level 1. None of that should matter. No casting animation, no sound. I think, oh, you know what? Actually, I think this does need, I take that back. I think this does need a retaliation. It does need a small area of effect. Because that's, if you look at like the other ones, they all use this one target range. Yeah, we need to, I think we need to use the same exact, that same projectile to give it a slight area of effect. All right, let's save, overwrite. Okay, let's try that again. All right.
Be quick with it.
Yeah, okay. I need to get the vine shield again. Okay. Let's give this a Corgan. Let's take off your armor. Let's do a quick save here. Let's put this on.
I stand ready.
And let's have Keldorn attack.
All right and honor.
Okay, we got a save versus spell. So that means it tried. Another save. No save. So it says, so in this case it should have gone into effect, but Keldorn, oh, because Keldorn's got free action from his armor. Okay.
Apply as you wish.
Keldorn's obviously a poor choice for testing Entangle. I should have realized that sooner. Because his armor is not full free action, but free action enough. Right, this, yeah. Alright, so Entangle wouldn't have worked on him anyway. Alright, let's try again.
By Torm, I shall strike you down.
There he goes. He's entangled.
What do you want, ground abyss? I've killed for less. I
All right.
not be sounded right.
So the entangle works. So I did have to make a few changes. So let's go back to the override folder, grab what I changed. It's in the retaliation spell. All right. So tortoise get. Let's commit the whole thing, just to make sure I don't miss anything. Yep. All right. Fine. Shield. Okay. So that's pretty much our testing done. I did notice one thing, that just like the I don't think that this is a projectile in the original engine, so I might have to go back and see what uses this, and then do the same thing that we did for the darts. Yeah, because pretty much all of our retaliations use this. Let me see what Keldorn uses in the original game. He uses projectile. Oh, he uses no projectile in the original. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So everything that uses, let's come back to PG. I want to make this fix, otherwise I'm going to forget it. Because once we're done, we're going to do the README. And then I'm not going to do the final package, because I'm going to go back and I'm either going to fix the Cloak of Sound Rest, or it's either going to be I'm going to go back and I'm either going to fix the Cloak of Sound Rest or I'm going to disable it if I can't get it working. All right, so what was I going to do? Oh yeah, I was going to see who used that that specific projectile, because like I said, this projectile is not in the original game, and we need to replace it with no projectile. Find selected attribute. Okay. All right, so I need to, these 4 spells, basically we need to do a, come down to spells, not misc, up to spells, I guess. Okay. The peril sensitive sunglass. Oh, that's why they weren't being copied over. Okay, the peril sensitive sunglasses were in a conditional block, and they shouldn't be there. They should be here, because those items, these work on everything. All right. So we are also going to, if we're not in the enhanced edition, then we want to update these 4 spells. Copy existing. All right. G3C acid. Acid.spell. All right, so acid, Black Dragon Belt D, Black Dragon Belt D, up, and then the Spike C, and then finally Vine. And all these we're going to change their headers. LPF alter header int var projectile equals to 1 and that's it. And my headphones have died, so I'm not really gonna be able to hear anything from the game anymore. It's because I have my speakers off while I'm broadcasting. Let me just double check that. Okay, so we're not in the enhanced edition. These should use no projectile like they do in the original engine. Okay. Okay. The spider bonus is because that's what the person who wrote up the item wanted. They wanted just a thief only bonus against spiders. So that's basically, that was how the item was written up by the person who submitted it. It's unrelated to the confusion bonus. Okay. All right. So that is done. Oh, this is duplicated. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and we're going to make our last commits for the rounds of bug fixing, and we've got one last projectile fix for OBG2. Okay. Okay. So that's kind of our playtesting. Like I said, there are 2 items I need to fix that are going to take me a long time, and that's going to be the Realm Shaper's Brush and the Cloak of Sound Rest. So I'm not going to do those on stream because I don't know how long those are going to take. But I did want to go through the last, and this is a very important part of your mod, and that's writing a README. So I started off with, we just copied and pasted, this is the tweaks README. And then I actually, like I said, I own Adobe CS5, which still has Dreamweaver, which, believe it or not, is actually what I still use to do all of my HTML editing, because it's not a bad resource. So we'll bring it over. Come here. All right. So the first thing is, everywhere it says tweaks anthology, we want to change that to. Get back here. I want to change it to the G3 community item pack. So that's the easy one. So that's our starting point. Okay. I'm going to be the project lead. The authors, we need to track down everybody who has contributed. We don't yet. Oh, sorry. This is going to be, we're going to call this beta 1 because this is not nearly a significant level of testing. At present, it's only for English. The GitHub link is this. Copy link. Yep. And then just go to the code. Do that. Oh, it's tweaks dash. That's not right. There we go. Design. Okay. So we of. All right. So now we need to come up with a blurb for this. So what I had been using is kind of the template that I used when I first announced the project. So we do compilation of items submitted by players and created for the most part, because I did do a little bit of work live on stream to showcase how to make Infinity Engine mods. The items are intended for Baldur's Gate 2 original or enhanced edition. You can view the mod being created with this playlist, including the very typing of this sentence. Of course, if they watched at this point, they'll have watched about 30 hours to get here. Let me grab the playlist link off of YouTube. Playlist. You can read it. All right, I'm going to link this live on stream. We'll make that the link. So that's just kind of our generic about. And there's something about, which section is this? This is compatibility. Okay. All right, so here we're going to mention this mod works on any Infinity Engine. Let's say this works on Baldur's Gate 2, either original or enhanced edition, and their respective conversion projects, BGT and EET. There are no known incompatibilities. Note that some items require EE functionality and are not available on the originals. Okay, so here, like, the compatibility section is very important. Oh, the other thing is, in terms of install order, this mod should be installed early in the mod process. So unlike, this isn't like Tweaks Anthology where it modifies a bunch of resources from other mods. So this, from a player standpoint, should be pretty easy. This should go early in the stack. At present, we don't know of any incompatibilities. Now, if we discover later that we have a conflict with some mod. This is the key bit that you want to update for your players. So the compatibility section, and also if you know of any known bugs, this is also where you should delineate them. And even the number of people who also forget very simple things like what game is it for, mention that. And then also conversion projects, right? Because even if you say, oh, this works on BG2EE, it doesn't necessarily mean that that it works on the conversions, because there oftentimes is just a little bit of extra work you need to do. So that's it for our compatibility section. This is, what section is this? This is the bug reporting and known issues. So scouting bugs, please support the Austin G3 Community Item Pack Forum. In addition, G3 CIP is available on GitHub, and also I need to update that to our GitHub link too. Copy link. So this needs, because right now this is, like I said, we're reusing this from the Tweaks Anthology, so all of this is Tweaks Anthology. And we're going to say, at present, no known issues. That will change. And delete the rest. Okay. The rest of this is boilerplate. This is the how to install section. So this is boilerplate. Special note, this is not intended for a game with SOD, so we're going to delete the DLC merger section. We do not need this. Otherwise, the rest of this, and not set up CD tweaks. This is going to be, and I'm going to do a search and replace because this is mentioned repeatedly in this. G3 CIP is the name of our folder, so we're going to replace all. All right, so come back to. All right, so yep, if you properly extracted, set up G3, and then run that too. And same for Mac OS, same for Linux, same for complete. Non-installation. Okay. Now this is, we're going to reduce this substantially because this is the content section. So the G3 Community Item Pack has one component. And then basically I can erase pretty much everything from here down to, because obviously Tweaks Anthology has a lot of components. Yep, we're still in components. Still in components. Still in components. We're just now in the joinable NPC tweaks. Okay, finally here's thanks and acknowledgements. All right, the contact information. Okay, this is finally the rest of it. Okay, and we've got a double div tag. Okay, as one component. It's one component with two small variations. Multiple items in the mod can cast arcane spells. You can choose to have the items behave like scrolls in that they will summon the cowled wizards if used in Athkatla. In the second option, these items will not summon the cowled wizards. Note that when using the second option, other mods that change the behaviors of these spells may not necessarily be reflected in the spells when cast by these items. So we're basically laying out the trade-off for the player. Okay, so okay. Most items are sold by a merchant. Let's grab his name out of the something the third. Yep. All right. In trade me. A handful have been placed around the game for you to find. The following items have been added. Now this, I'm just going to do a bullet point list of what we've added. So, just so that they'll know when they hit one of our items. I'm not going to do like full descriptions. So, and to make this easier for myself, I've moved, I'm copying from near infinity in the other window. Up. Copy, come on. Why are we not pasting? Do we not? Okay, am I gonna have to do all of them like this? This is really obnoxious. I don't know why it just wants to cut into code. Akamar's Battle Blade. Up. Black Dragon Belt. Court. Sorry, I know this is scintillating content. And finally the Vine Shield. Okay, and then we're going to turn this into... Get back here. Bulleted list. Trust me, bulleted lists make life much, much easier. Okay. And I'm going to mark... We're going to mark the Realm Shaper's brush. And we're going to say items in italics are E only. So I'm sorry, not that. We'll do this in italics. Same with slippery court, and then the sound rest. Okay. All right, so there's our list of items. And then, all right, so this is the contact information. All right, many authors created this mod. Yep, you should contact me since I'm the current maintainer. By visiting the, I'm going to say general forums, because we're not going to have a, at least not today, we're not going to have a forum or a project page. Actually, no, I will have a project page. And then also I'm going to add, lately I've been adding Discord links. So let me grab our Discord link. All right. I'm visiting the, I'm going to change this instead to be Discord or the project page. And so this is going to go under tweaks, and I'm going to name the page G3CIP. Actually, hold on. I think it might be better under items. Yeah, it'll be under items get spells. So it'll be something like, oh, not that page. It'll be something like items instead of full plate. It'll be CIP. There we go. And then visit the forums for this other mods we'll be working on. Okay. And now this is our credits. Yes. Thanks and acknowledgements. Okay. So this is the very, very exceptionally long history of Twinks Anthology. So we're going to delete most of this. And we also don't have translators yet. So for now, let me just put in some placeholder text. Okay. I've said this this has been a recurring theme, and I know I've mentioned this many times. Tool makers do not get nearly enough credit for the work that they do holding up the community. So for me, it's always very important to have a tools used in creation. And so Tweaks pretty much has everything because it's been around for so long. So it's always a good place to start. So we used Waidu, we used Near Infinity, we used Notepad, we used the highlighters. I've been using context on my other screen as a placeholder. So I'm going to leave context and the context highlighters here, even though those have kind of fallen out of favor. We use the STP. We do not use the DeltSep or BAM Workshop or this or this. None of that. Okay. So these are all the things that were relevant in the creation of this mod. So this mod was spurred by the what's the full name of this event? The G3. Hold on, let me pull this over here for a second. The Community Craziness Challenge. Oh, I'm in the wrong forum. Sorry, I know this is off screen. Give me a second. All right, the Community Craziness Challenge. Okay. All right, this mod was spurred by the BG Community Creative Challenge, and this is an event designed to, let's say, inspired. An event designed to get folks active in creating art, writings, and mods. Let me link this. The only link I have for this is the stuff in the newsfeed. So this was spun up into a video tutorial. One of the things I will do that I always do before I release is I spell check the README, because I will definitely have lots of typos in here. Because as I'm sure you guys are painfully watching, I'm a slow and inaccurate typer. Set up a video series by CamDawg. Creating items, creating item ideas submitted by players. In particular, two folks need to be recognized. J. Mary was volunteered at short notice to make a first pass at submitted items to make sure they were feasible and appropriate. Thanks. All right. Second, the majority of the artwork for this mod was provided by Zen Black, and the art is outstanding. So a second big thank you to ZB. Thanks also go to everyone who submitted ideas, whether they made it into the mod or not. Actually, no, let's that were turned into items. So let me pull up the item list that we've been working on from J. Mary. So we've got Wandering Scholar, Glitter Gear, can I just, I'm worried if I copy paste this, it's going to keep, yeah, it's going to do something silly like that instead of just text. Yeah. Oh, actually, can I just do this? Yeah, it adds the at, but through dates. Links, Subtle Doctor. Actually, I don't think he capitalizes. Subtle Doctor. Taco Bell, Sue. Sue. CDX. I'm not sure if that's an L or not, so we're just going to copy and paste. J. Mary, Krosdak, Giovansky. Actually, I think his is the one item that's not in. All right, no, it is. Okay, Grand Inquisitor. Proferetta. A. Green. Mars X13. And then Stum and Boardwear. Stum von Boardwear. And then Brutalitops. Now, one of these, the Minstrel, so Grand Inquisitor's item actually isn't in yet. So I'm going to, because I knew that was going to be too complicated for that. So let me delete Grand Inquisitor out of there. Thanks also to all of the submissions that didn't make it. I will be revisiting the project and adding more items in the future. Okay, the other thing too is we're going to take this list and these guys are going to go up top. get top level notice for as authors. Oh, and then also because he did all the art, we're going to add Zen Black. Who I think goes lowercase. And then I'm also going to add for providing the name and other information for our merchant. We're going to add Skelly TZ. I'm sure I'm going to miss a contributor. This is always the worst. Like, it's so important because none of these projects are ever made solo. It's so important to try and get everybody you can here, because if I miss somebody, right, they're going to be like, oh my God, I'm so hurt. I can't believe I gave something to this project and I wasn't acknowledged. So I'm going to double check these before this gets released, because you do not want to miss a contributor. It's very important, and especially for something like this where it's supposed to be a community. Please contribute, and we'll cover it. It's very important to try and make sure you nail that list. And then also, thanks to everyone who joined us on the live stream. I very much appreciate that I wasn't just talking to myself for hours. All right. So this is a good first pass for our thank you section. Like I said, I'm going to double check this list and make sure I didn't miss anybody, because it's very important we get this right. We already did tools used in creation. This, and then this is the like the copyright section, which, yeah, credits and copyright information. This has been my standard spiel on my mods forever. So I'm basically saying, don't be a jerk. And then the version history, we're just going to be, this is going to go version beta 1. And then typically for a first release, obviously we don't need this is the entire history of tweaks, which we don't need. We're just say initial release. Oh, and then I also need to change, I almost forgot, the page title itself. Oh, undo. All right, we're going to save that. I have a typo on the, okay, I have a third M somewhere. Yep, I do indeed. Fat fingered that. Probably want, oh yeah, it's supposed to be a comma. That's why it's an M. Okay. Okay. Because the other thing too is also, if I can't get this and I can't get this sorted in time for the release, I might just have to drop those. Okay. So let's save this. We'll preview this in the browser, and then the other thing, what we can do is we can just copy all this paste. Let me fire up OpenOffice, because it can do just a basic spell check. Come on. All right. And obviously this will choke on a lot of stuff because there's a lot of and stuff going. All right, so like all the names, it's gonna flag as wrong. This mod, who's being. How did I go for should and end up with who's? Okay. All right, so there's our first typo. Let's come back to compatibility. Should be installed early in the mod process. Okay. This is all boilerplate. There shouldn't be anything wrong there. Cowled. Yep. Refeckled. Reflected. And the spells, LinkedIn, trade meet. These are all. Okay. You can never be sure whether it wants an E in acknowledgements or not. It's in black. J. Mary. That's all boilerplate. This is boilerplate. Okay. So I think for me, that's actually remarkably typo free. Okay. Really quick, I'm also going to pull up my original pitch on this and see if I can scrap any. Okay. Let's copy because this has been kind of my standard pitch for everything. So let's see if we can incorporate this in the general overview instead of just going. All right. And it included the div, and it shouldn't have. Okay. So let's start off with for aspiring honors. It said I did just this. As a tutorial live stream and collaborative project, agreed and submitted by you. Welcome. Okay, and then instead we're going to pivot to this. Welcome to the G3 Community Item Pack. And instead, we're going to say, oh, I want to copy this. Hey, wait. Okay. That, I think, is a much tighter and better description. Okay. So now we've got a general description. So the other thing, too, is if you notice on GitHub, I don't have it open. All right, let's just go to the GitHub page. I know this link works. So you'll notice it's got this empty README, whereas if you go to other G3 projects, we've got these nice, let me pull up one of mine. We've got these nice filler READMEs. Now, if you're on GitHub, you obviously don't have to worry about this step, but let's open this with, there we go. So this is kind of the piss off Windows. This is the standard G3 template. And so again, this was copied from Tweaks Anthology. So we're going to find and replace, because all these little buttons are generated automatically. So we're going to replace Tweaks Anthology everywhere with, oh, now I wish I hadn't made this name so long. G3 Community Item Pack. So this is all these things up here. These are those little buttons. And then we actually have the G3 Community Item Pack. All this is in Markdown, which is another language kind of similar to HTML, but just different enough to be obnoxious. Okay. And we'll do I usually use the same exact about. For more information, we do not currently have, well, we're going to. It's going to be at items G3 CIP. The README is going to be here, 3 CIP, and it's not going to, it's going to be in the miscellaneous released mods forum. It's going to be, we're going to do it here. Okay, and then, yeah, all the rest of that should be fine. Okay, so finally, at long last, we have our README. Now, I think there's also a little blurb in here. No, we don't. Okay, good. This is our packaging tool. All right, so finally we're going to, finally at long last, we're going to add these properly to the repo. Just get add. Okay. SV commit. Readmes. Commit and push.